Welcome to a new wave of thinking. You're here with Akshita Veda L and El Yagar. It's we the people of the Empire of Nubia. Get ready to open your mind, sit back and unwind to take in the discussion, to prepare us to win. We are sovereign, we are law. We coming with concepts here that are fundamental building blocks, focusing on principles, thoughts, and beliefs. We're here to shake you up, to wake you up. Islamism. The masses is suffering with temporary mental illness of cognitive dissonance. Open up your mind. We are speaking from experience, various perceptions, while we maintain effective communication in the lines of respect. Our thoughts become connected through human cognition, which is the process of acquiring new information and understanding based on personal experience and relatable topics of discussion. We are the currency of the know, knowledge, wisdom through love, bringing peace, justice, and truth as we gain freedom. Freedom in the mind. Open up your mind. Freedom of the mind. It's divine. To be one in unity, togetherness, you and me, we become we, and we are the change that we want to see. It is our time now, so come and get ready as we bring a new wave of thinking. It's a new wave of thinking. New wave of thinking. Welcome.
It's a new wave of thinking. Islamism.
Greetings and Islamism to all. Welcome.
And how are you today, Side Star?
I am well. Been a little busy, and I'm in the kitchen right now. So as we're gonna be progressing through the night, I'm cooking. So I'm here, and I just need to make sure I can hear you well. Other than that, I am doing pretty good. How are you, and how's your week been?
I am a heck of a lot better. I tried to kill myself last week. I caught sumac poisoning playing out in the field, and wiped my lip, wiped sweat off, and swelled up. Got a little bit sick, sinus infection and all that, but made it through that. Other than that, I don't know. Life is just so good. I don't even know, like, when I should complain. I don't. Life is just grand. So taking it every day, I hate to say one day at a time because I make plans. And I got to do what my plans say. So, and I've been forgetting to say this. Congratulations to the Boston Celtics. Better luck next year to the Boston Bruins. And let's go New England Patriots. Okay. I yield the floor.
Go Patriots. Okay, so tonight we getting into voting. And this is something that Sunstar Elia over here has been anticipating the arrival of the conversation into this arena. And so there's been a lot of debate in reference to if you had to vote between Michelle Obama or Kamala Harris, which would you vote for and why? And the interesting detail about that to me is the fact that Michelle Obama never enlisted in the campaign for presidency. So why throw her in there and introduce her name or reputation into a fight that she didn't even first herself enter into? And so if we were going to talk about debates on who would be a better woman president, why wouldn't we say Kamala Harris versus Hilary Clinton? Because Hilary Clinton has already dived into the campaign of presidency, and she can withstand a little verbal boxing, against her character, as far as her decision making and things like that, or what the people would ask of her as their president. So I'm more interested, really. I'm kind of me. Okay, so I really like to stray away from the conversation of politics and voting and whatnot, because we didn't vote our way into the corruption that we find ourselves today. So we're not going to be able to vote ourselves out of it. And so our participation is our submission, and our submission is what gives them permission. And until we stop submitting to voting or all these different ideals and concepts that we think are helping us, when really is only creating more debt for the people than anything. So what are we really voting for? And so that's my take on it, right there. So Elia, what you want to say about it?
So thank you for that, Ma. And see, I have an entirely different spin on the entire thing of the question. But let's deal with Michelle Obama versus Kamala Harris, because there is the interesting question of, which I didn't even think of. Well, Michelle not even trying to run for office. Why would we bring up Mrs. Obama, and anything? Let her be. How come Hillary Clinton didn't come up? Are we doing this? Was this a race thing? And so when we start to say that we're not racist, that's racism right there. The person's not even qualified, but we bring them up because they look like us. That's racism. That's racist. It may not be supremacy, but it's racism and it's racist. So, but even as a Democratic Party, and see, this is where I start to get down with it. How come there ain't nobody run Bernie Sanders yet? You done had Joe Biden and everybody else. How come Bernie Sanders ain't been brought to the table to get down and do his thing? See, when you talk about business and what needs to be done, the best choices right now are Donald Trump. And then if the Democrats ran Bernie Sanders, I could understand it. I still say Donald Trump would be the better person, but I could understand. I would think the Democrats was trying to be real about everything and really trying to do business and get things done if they would do it, and then offer Kamala a second chance at vice presidency with Bernie instead of her trying to take it. I don't think she's qualified to take it. Has nothing to do with her gender, because even Kamala, the idea. So in the early 2000s, we had reached a political, if you go back and check, people were holding rallies on greens and stuff like that, and we need to change the world. And then a few presidents later, Obama, and all of that went away. All of that went away. It came back when the thing crashed, but it wasn't towards the government or anything. It was more towards the bankers. But all the angst of us being, it went away with Obama. Then after Obama, it took a minute for that steam to pick back up. See, I seen that. I went through that motion. All the people was ready, and all of a sudden Obama and everybody went back to sleep. Kamala is a theft of Ma'at. That's how I see it, and that's how I call that. Kamala is stealing from Ma'at's throne. Kamala is a way to like placate people and give them a lollipop and say, see, black women, African American women, they can make it. All they got to do is apply themselves. But it's for black and African American women. And then they're having a conversation that Kamala's not even black. They say she's Indian. Well, if she's Indian, she's still a black person. And not black because we all say that we're associated, but she's Indian. So she's Indian. If she's an Indian, she's black. Where the Indians come from? They didn't find Indians when they came over here, did they? So then where the Indians come from as natives on this land? 1828, Andrew Jackson, Grover Cleveland, and the Dawes Road. This is where these are Native Americans now. These are people who rode out and did what they had to do. So you qualifying yourself as that, you qualifying yourself under that banner too. You're black. You're part of the Dawes Road. You're part of people who have claimed something that you have no business claiming or being a part of. And this is our political problem when we talk about politics. Our problem is what we have legally claimed to be lawfully us. And I just said a whole bunch right there. We have legally claimed to be lawfully us. Misnomers, false identities, somebody else's nightmare. A black person is somebody else's nightmare. African American is somebody else's nightmare. Somebody else wrote up who those people are, how they act, what they do, how they do it. Somebody else wrote that up, but they wrote it from their nightmare, from their fear of our nationalities, of our families, of our ability to control ourselves and not need their control. Because in today's world, people feel like, well, look at what we've done to them. If they all of a sudden realize they're going to turn around and do it to us. And we were told to do it in love, truth, peace, freedom, and justice. But their fear will make us do something to them. Somebody else, the worst man you want to fight is a scared man. You don't want to fight a scared man. I'm going to tell you right now, they get strength from somewhere. You don't want to back a line into a corner. You don't want to fight a scared man. So when we talk about the elements that go into politics, most of them are psychological. It's what you think and what you don't think. It's what you know and what you don't know. What you applying and you not applying. And this is, so when you ask the question, should we vote? Well, I know that anyone who votes has given up their right of any type of sovereignty, of any type of right. They've given it up to the state. I know that as a voter. I know that in law, that if you're a voter, you gave up your sovereign rights to anything. You gave it to the state, and you're allowing the state to act for you. So if you ask me, should you vote? Well, I just want you to know the condition of you voting, that you've given up your rights in order to vote. Martin Luther King said, I walked my people into a burning house. What was that burning house? Civil rights and the right to vote. Point blank, period. He walked them into a burning house. So if Martin Luther King said it, then you have to look at what his movement brought what his movement achieved, and realize that he said that it's a burning house. Should we vote? Well, if we're operating in a treaty, right? Nations have treaties with each other. And you don't see nations that have treaty, you don't see them voting inside of other people's systems. So if you ask us, should you vote? The first answer is no. You shouldn't be voting. If you're over there voting, if you're spending your time figuring out voting for them and what you're not spending enough time doing it for us. And we need you over here doing that brain work for us, with us, for us. So you're asking me, should you vote? My first answer is no. My second answer has to do with, you still think you're Black, African American, and United States citizen, and this is why you're asking that question. Should you vote under those conditions? Well, I say until, like, if those Black people and African Americans expect to be taken seriously, first thing they got to do is go check with the United States Census and find out why, under what Blacks, the definition of your race is, how come Blacks and African American people aren't part of the original people of the earth? That would be like, we're Black, we're African American. Somebody gonna tell me why you have a definition that states we not original people of the earth. Somebody gonna answer that question to me. How you got that up there in front of us and fill out the census, and then it says we're not original people of the earth? What does that mean politically, socially, and economically? And if we just look around at what we're living, we see what it means. Oh, but that's too much, huh? That's the first thing I would do. The second thing that I would do is I would form a new political party. And I would make that political party a theocratic party under the God. And we wouldn't argue about God. I would separate the particular tenets of God to run the party secularly within the world to make money. And then when we vote as a block. And I would already tell you, 50% of our people are going to be Republican. 50% of our people are going to be Democrat. Well, they don't have to, but because we're our own party. But because we're a theocratic party, you can sit between those Democrats and those Republicans 50-50. And you can work on those different committees 50-50 and go through. And from there, make decisions. Informed decisions from what both parties are sitting at the table saying, from your ability to function within what you're hearing at the table. If you're not moving like that, you're not ready to vote. If you're not thinking like that, you're not ready to vote. I just told you, when you voted, you gave up your rights. So now you gave up your rights, your lawful rights. So now that you gave up your lawful rights, you're voting, you expect other people to do for you those things that you could be doing for yourself. But that's what your vote says. You expect other people to do for you. So now they're doing it. How they're doing it, you might not like it. According to their rules, regulations, they don't have to treat anybody any particular way. They don't have to provide anyone any particular thing. It's like, I mean, but y'all know what it's like, right? Live or die. Really, right? You got to survive out here, right? This is what the system was made for. So you're voting that that system, this predatorial system, stays in place and keeps operating the way it does. You go find out why you're not original people and have a theocratic party about something else that allows you to go walk into 50-50 with your family, Democrat and Republicans. Everybody learning now maybe you want to vote and make a decision, but vote as a block. You can vote as a block, but we don't know these different strategies.
Well,
we don't know how.
Can you break down what a block vote is? Because this is the first time I've ever heard it.
So within a block vote, it's almost like this system right here, right? Except it's a private thing amongst a group, and the group sits there and they air out all of their stuff, and then they take a vote. And then they, as a blow, say, well, we got 198 votes. Those 198 votes are going to. One person walks in and places those 198 votes with a candidate. Block vote. And it's something that we could exercise and move. But see, in order for me, I'm a strategist. And I told y'all I'm building a nation. My competition is all the other nations out here, right? So for me to tell y'all all this kind of weakens our foundation and what it is that we could do as a people. But there's a way for us to move as a people in and around this thing. And if Brother Moeshe come on tonight, you're going to see two videos that you're going to say, oh, wow, yeah, oh, wow, because we told y'all, we not just talking about it, we live in it. So he just brought on two videos this morning that I was like, get out of here for real. Pooh, we need to sign up for that. Put us down as a third world order with that move right there. That's how it goes, then let's go. But, you know, it ain't. It's not even something I want to discuss right now like this in public because of all the conversations and everybody don't understand. Once we say who we are, we can't go back. We can't give you official documents and you're signed in with the United States government. You can't hold our official documents. Your organization cannot hold our official, but we're licensed with the United States. That's what we're telling you you can't do. Whatever's holding our documents cannot be licensed with the United States. We can accept services from things licensed with the United States. And I'm telling you services that don't cost us nothing. But we don't accept services from their corporations, their agencies, their agents. We don't accept it. It's all a trap to pull you back underneath them. So should we vote? No. But using it strategically, I can see it being done, especially now in the transition period. I can see it being done, but how is it being done? And the people who would and who could get in office, are you just like the people already in office that everybody's sick of and trying to get rid of? Do you dislike yourself? You go sit in them seats talking about you working for us, but you dislike yourself. So in there disliking yourself, you're disliking us. And so we're getting disrespected and you're hiding. And nah, come on, man. We're not. That world is dead. That's the world of the dark sun. And we're not emphasizing the dark sun anymore. We're not living that world. So that's my take on us voting. I yield the floor.
Okay. So you want to play this video and hear that point of view and then come back. You know you muted. You know you muted, right?
Copyright, fair use. We're playing this video because of all the talk. And just so like everybody's up on it. Okay, so we're playing this video. Yes, ma'am. Let's play this. No copyright infringement. Fair use.
We own no copyrights for this.
She came into the game. The left is trying to tout this woman as a savior for the black community, but all she's done is hurt the black community since she came into the game. See, the first step in destroying the black community is to dismantle the black family. So aside from her record as a prosecutor, why don't we ask Mrs. Willie Brown if Kamala Harris cares about black families? I wonder if Mrs. Willie Brown, a black woman, is also with her.
Hi everyone, welcome back to the channel. If you are meeting me for the first time, my name is Clevy and it is so nice to meet you. Today we are going to be checking out another video, and this one particularly caught my attention. This is black women taking turns, talking about issues, policies. This is happening in Trump's rally, and of course, showing support for Trump. You guys,
we apologize.
Let's dive right into it.
Why don't we jump right into it? See, as a young city elder, I can tell y'all that rent is too damn high. I can tell you that as a young black voter, groceries are too damn high. And as an American citizen, period, seniors like my parents should never have to choose between medicine or food. It should never be the quality of life versus the quantity of life. And I don't want to hear, oh, but we capped the price of insulin and lowered the price of all these medicines. Yeah, but you raised the price of everything else, so it's about time to start telling the truth to Americans and let them know exactly what they're signing up for if they want to vote for Kamala Harris. We need to.
Hi, I'm Nicole Hockley from Sandy Hook Promise. I know this is hard to hear, but it's important. The shooter who murdered my
To vote based on facts and not feelings. See, under Harris and Biden, the average Georgia household is losing $1,060 per month, and inflation is at 21.4%. And due to the war on energy, average gas prices have reached record highs for the state. We also did a poll, and 80% of us black Americans are not happy with the current state of the economy, so I'm going to need 80% of y'all to vote accordingly in November. They love me, they really love me. The left wants you to get in your feelings about things that have been said, but I want you guys to pay attention to what has been done. They don't want to talk policy. They just want to use propaganda to steal your vote. The left is trying to tout this woman as a savior for the black community, but all she's done is hurt the black community since she came into the game. See, the first step in destroying the black community is to dismantle the black family. So aside from her record as a prosecutor, why don't we ask Mrs. Willie Brown if Kamala Harris cares about black families?
She made some very valid points there. We do really, as a whole, as a collective, need to look at the ulterior motives behind what is going on based on what we perceive and why we perceive the things that we perceive. Go ahead, I yield the floor.
I'm just gonna put my hands in my pocket. Okay, so all right. I think the video was funny, especially when she says we're gonna ask Mrs. Willie Brown. Somebody else who was brought up who ain't had nothing to do with nothing. Mrs. Willie Brown. Now it's time to ask Miss Willie Brown, does she care about the families because of people's actions? Y'all, hey, come on. Who should you vote for? And notice when I was asked about voting, I didn't say anything about her being a DA, did I? I mean, I could have, but I didn't bring up her district attorney. You know why? Because I know it was her job. And whatever she did that we consider dirt towards those you call Black African American, only thing I can say is that's her job. Her job is to do what she done did. So how can I'm not mad at her for that. When all this first started, a couple people asked me how I feel about her running. I think they thought I was going to answer on race. I was silent until that woman spoke. Once that woman spoke, I felt like it was fair for me to speak. But I'm only speaking to what I heard. I'm not making stuff up about the entire situation. I'm only dealing within the realms of what that woman said. And yeah, so the politics, the economics of this world are to destroy us. Until we figure that out, we're going to keep knocking our heads. You want to say?
I just want to say, just like she said, the propaganda is used to destroy the families. And you know, the masses sees themselves as Black and proud, and they'll stand together in that. And that ideology alone is damaging to the electrons and neurons and how the brain is firing up and how decisions are being made. Because if you're continuing to see, a lot of this is based in sororities and fraternities and things like that, and they have an allegiance to these organizations. Their allegiance to this organization it can overpower even their association in a religious order or religious organization or whatever, because they have pledged allegiance to this fold of people. And so this also is going to guide the votes towards her, because she's also a sorority member. Is she like AKA or something? So, you know, they fired up across the country because they got a soror in the house. And and Kamala Harris is going as far. I think it's going too far when you got to try to prove your quote unquote blackness by stating that you gonna cook some greens, and at one time you had so many greens you had to clean the greens in the bathtub. And that's something that people just openly discuss. Right. No, but that's apparently Kamala Harris's family eats them. When she makes a whole big batch of greens and she got to clean them in the bathtub. Now, where did she get that information from? They done rounded up information from people who
From Medea.
Yeah, right. And exactly that type of environment or information on how it's predicted on television. And let's not forget to acknowledge the fact that these Black entertainment television channels are owned by Caucasian people or whatever. They're not what we call Black people. So what's the agenda behind their motivation to always put in front of quote unquote black people entertainment that they have considered to be worthy on their broadcast, because they're not gonna broadcast us. And that's okay. The point of the matter is, what's the agenda behind their communication or their broadcast system, and the information that goes across, and how that's going to affect the vote, and also how it's going to also feed the racism in this country that we are so oblivious to, as we don't know that this whole thing behind, greetings Star Sasha, the whole thing behind the comparison between Michelle Obama and Kamala Harris is only because their skin tones are similar. They are not the same. They are not alike, but their skin tone is similar. So we, the people of the Empire of Nubia, Third World Order, Amexem Trust, Matriarch LLC, so on and so forth, we have a constitution and bylaws and things that we are introducing as we continue to build the government of we the people, to establish that which is necessary for us. And so just like the Constitution says that in the event that it is not working towards the benefit of the people, we can separate from that system and create a new system of our own, a republic. And that's what we are. And so I don't know why it is so hard for people to wrap their head around the fact that you hold the Constitution so dearly to your existence as a United States citizen that you don't even read it to understand that it's deeper than even this 3D existence that we're existing in. That the Constitution covers our spiritual rights and our birthrights. And this is where we know we can do what it is that we're doing. So when it comes to voting, is it necessary for us to vote? We should be taking that energy. Elia, you said this earlier. We should be taking that energy and putting it towards a movement such as this, where we are uniting as we the people, as a collective whole, against the corruption. But see, people are comfortably uncomfortable. So the corruption that, the masses, that everybody is suffering right now, you still have people who agree with it because they're conditioned to the abuse. So what is it? Stockholm syndrome? You get you get accustomed to the abuse, and you begin to fight people that try to save you from the abuser. That's crazy. But it happens. It's real. So I'm almost finished cooking. So you can have the floor if you want to move forward And
I'll just say this, we can turn on some music.
yeah.
Along with Stockholm Syndrome, we have a very severe case of negrophilia. And we can tell you have negrophilia when you tell us that you are Negro, Black, African American, Ethiopian, Jamaican, any of them things, Puerto Rican, you have negrophilia. When we're talking to you about doing something and the first thing you say is, hey, I know this one, I know that one, that's negrophilia. When we're building with you, you start talking about, can we get a senator or this one or that, negrophilia. Anytime you start talking outside of self in order to achieve that which self wants or needs, negrophilia. And that negrophilia is stronger than Stockholm Syndrome. Because Stockholm Syndrome means, oh, now I realize the abuse that person put on me. You've cured Stockholm Syndrome. But you still have negrophilia because you still think you're Black, African American, or something else. So this is it's the new wave of thinking. It's a new thought about who you are, about who we think we are, and how we choose to exist. Was there a particular song you wanted to play?
I'm so sick of people on the internet playing. It's so full of trickery and scams. I've given enough time, information to formulate who I am. Do with it as you will. There's only one me, Oahspe V, coming soon to theaters near you. It's time y'all know who we are though, cause I'm not alone.
Hey, yo, Keon, talk to him.
I'm taking notes to figure it out on my own. My destiny to be in dark to shine my light. I'm not walking this path alone. Deceiving me instead of receiving me. Believing me, deceiving me instead of receiving me. Believing me. I'm taking notes to figure it out on my own. My destiny to be in dark to shine my light. I'm not walking this path alone, but I can feel alone. I can feel alone, but I'm not alone. I'm held in trust. The Trinity is the protection of us in this world of trickery and scams. If you are legit, you must honor the contract between the family of the Empire of Nubia. That's who we are. We represent and trust. Ain't no playing with us. You must respect us. If you talking to me, then you talking to us. We the people, the Lion King, El Yagar, and me, Oahspe V, the matriarchal mother, my supreme justice. It's me, ain't no deceiving me. It's our time now. Stop playing with us. Deceiving me instead of receiving me. Believing me. 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 I'm value. I know y'all crazy. Y'all may not see much of us, but what we coming with right now is Matriarch LLC, Ubuntu, a Maxim Trust, Third World Order, Agape Love and Wisdom, Empowerment in the Middle, the new reality with the conquering Lion of Judah, Jah Rastafari. We give praise. We are dignified royalty. Fort Matriarch got boots on the ground. And we coming with so much more. We operating in love. We are the Empire of Nubia.
Deceiving me, deceiving me, instead of receiving me. Believe in me, deceiving me, deceiving me, instead of receiving me. Believe in me, deceiving me, deceiving me, instead of receiving me. Believe in me, deceiving me, deceiving me, instead of believing me.
I'm so sick of people on the internet.
Fire music that.
That was perfect. Was I on mute the whole time? Okay, so I was trying to say, I wanted to play this real quick because I really like the sound of it and some African drum beats. it goes on for a very long time.
But
So I
that
just
that
wanted
was
to
nice.
hmm?
That was nice.
Yeah, I was just listening to that. It was kind of like getting me in a really good mood.
Remind me of Lion
I
King.
hmm?
Remind me of Lion King.
Right, right. And so moving forward, it's like I was listening to this and I could see like getting together and doing tribal dances and moves and whatnot, and creating our own uh dances for certain uh practices and things like that, just to bring on good energy, to celebrate, birth, to celebrate death, things like that. And it would be nice if we had those traditions to carry on, you know um Mardi Gras parades and things like that are much deeper than the Mardi Gras itself. You know, is deeply embedded into the area where I'm from, and then I learned that somewhere, I don't know what part of Africa, I have to find out, but the Les Nubian sisters, they have a song called Makita, and that song, the video they did for that song is in the streets of Africa, where they're actually doing the same things we're doing in Mobile, Alabama, in the Mardi Gras, throwing beads, marching, dancing in the streets, and music and things like that. So that tradition has carried across the globe. We are all of the same. We've just been positioned and situated in different places over time as we've settled and have experienced the things that we have experienced on this planet.
Yes, ma'am. And that's why we're here to build those type of things and have those type of thoughts come up so that things can be done along those lines. And people got to realize it takes the nation, not a few individuals. We're building something. We're not so it could take a few individuals, and those few individuals would take, oh, nice. That looks tasty. Okay,
See,
you're making me hungry now.
I'm sorry, fried mushrooms, cabbage, and cilantro lime rice. That's what's for
Hmm.
dinner.
That looks very tasty.
Thank you.
Okay, wait. I gotta think now. Um,
Oh, good
so it
God.
could take a few people, but those people are gonna profit off what's done. Or it could take the nation and the nation profit. Other than that,
You
I
saying the
really don't.
people are gonna profit? What?
All right, so in building a nation, either the nation builds itself and everyone profits, or the nation gets built by a few people and those people profit. And in that situation, I say everybody else needs to shut up. I'm not one for arguing and hee hawing and all that. I'd rather be done with it, and I'm not gonna sit around arguing responsibilities that could have been handled. I know I didn't lie. I didn't lead anybody down the wrong road. I told the truth. We can't function as a nation if only a few people are holding it together. And when we do prosper from those few people get the results. You might not like it, but that's what happens. That's what happened the first time, even with the United States. You're not a part of the United States. Constitution wasn't written for you, right? So since it wasn't written for you, why are you trying to get something from it? Oh, that's what I'm trying to do. Delete that. I didn't finish. Don't do that. Make all this one thing. Oh, that's cool. Copy. Okay. So this whole thing started with why should we vote? Hopefully up now, we all have a clear understanding about who we are and our position in that question of should we vote. What we should be doing, and I'm not going to say without worrying about who they vote for, because we're in business and that means trade. And so in order to trade, we kind of sort of gotta like know who we want to trade with. And I'm just saying, any way it goes, we're gonna have to trade with the United States. I'd rather trade with the Republicans than the Democrats. And this isn't a new me. The last thing I did to help our people as a Black and African American in 2016, the last thing I did was vote for Trump as a Black and an African American as a United States citizen. It was my duty to do the best that I could do, and that was it. Vote for Trump. So, Republican. When I thought I was Black and an African American, I've been a Republican since 1989. I don't know what most people was doing in 1989, but I was a Republican in 1989, fighting for our people. And the stuff, if we did a map of like the worst cities and towns within the so-called United States, and we said, well, which party runs them? The Democrats would win hand down, especially in the cities and towns where most of our children are dying. The Democrats would win hand down as those people in office were our people dying. We keep saying, like, you got to be part of the system in order to. When has that worked? Our people been saying that since the 1960s and 70s. I started working in the nonprofit field, helping people coming out of jail to get a better position in 1980. I seen the problem by 1995, and then I was working for the state in 95. I seen the problem firsthand. dealt with it. And we part of the problem. I'll tell you that much right now. We are part of the problem. However, when we think like, oh, we're going to get a chance to clean ourselves up, I see the games they play. And I'm not scared. I wasn't scared then. My job didn't mean nothing to me. You couldn't do, oh, that's your job. You have to do. I don't have to do none of that. I don't have to do anything dirty to anybody at any time. I don't have to lie. I don't have to make it up. I don't have to do anything that I don't want to do. And your employment doesn't impress me like that, where I'm gonna stand there and think and say, oh, well, maybe I should, my family. I'm going home, motherfucker. I can make, excuse me for cussing. Well, yo, I used to get so upset at these people.
Oh, wow. You know it's got to be something for you to say something like that. Go ahead.
Because I'll tell them, like at the job interview, I'll tell them, my children get out of work at 2:30. So 2:30 every day I'm leaving. Don't schedule me at this time or that time. And then I'll come to work and they'll do it. They'll schedule me. And then tell me, well, we expect you to stay. Can you come in early this morning and until so-and-so come in and relieve you? And now it's 2:15. I will close your store if you don't get relief up in here. If you don't think it's important you're the manager. You're the assistant manager. If it's not important for y'all to be here, it's not important for me to be here. I gotta go get my babies. I'm out. And they thought I was playing. Then they called me back. If you stay out too long, then we're gonna have to fire you. What do you mean if I stay out too long? You told me I was fired if I walked out the door. I walked out the door. I didn't look back. But now you need me there. Yeah, because I know I'm a good dude. I'm a good worker. I know how to handle the business. No matter what it is, I know how to handle it. So you fire me, but now you want me back. Don't play with me. I'm out the door. I know most people didn't do that at their jobs and stuff. As soon as we'll fire you, or you calling your girl and you arguing with her and she got to get off her job. No, she ain't got to get off her. I told them when I started. I'm not working certain hours, certain times, doing certain things. One year I was working with in a meat factory. People came in, we went and even cut meat up for them. There was a place like that, deli meat and all this, and real meat, chicken, cow, whatever. We handle it for you. And one year somebody came in there and made an order, and it was all pork. And we was backed up for the holidays. Okay, ma'am, now that I know what your order is, as soon as one of those dudes get through, they'll go get your order, and then I'm gonna take that person's place in line, right? I'm not gonna go snatch your order out of their hand so they can go handle her order. When they're handling your order, let them finish it. It'll be quicker. Then I'll get the next person in line. You know what that lady said to me? Oh, you gonna go back there and get what I want? And no, ma'am, you want pork. I'm not going to get it. I am not going to touch it at all. I'm the customer. You're going to go back there. You stop what you're doing, because now I'm stepping into the other customer. You're going to stop what you're doing. You're going to go back there. No, ma'am, no, I'm not. And if you feel that way, you could leave the store. The managers are standing back there talking about, because I'm throwing the lady out the store. I'm not going back there to touch pork. The people who hired me here know that. And if I'm standing, you the customer, and I'm standing here telling you, that's when I knew the customer can't always be right. Because I'm not going to get any pork in any kind of form, way, fashion for you. So, and a lot of people, I know, it's your job, what you're going to do if you get fired. I never had that fear. Never. I just never had that fear, that thought, that experience of not being able to get money. So that didn't bother me. And that's kind of like the tough skin that we all need in this system in order to function in this system and take our place in what it is that that's being built. Mm-hmm.
Say that again. What's being built?
They have to take their place in what's being built. The government is being built, and then in order for the government to build, the individual has to build themselves. And then it's like at one time, because I worked in the social field, oh, y'all don't go see psychologists and y'all don't go see doctors and stuff. It seems like every time somebody go to the doctor, they come home damn near dead. Why would I want to put myself through that? I'm already doing stuff. I'm smoking cigarettes. I smoke some weed. I have a drink. I'm already doing stuff. You know what I'm saying? So now I want to go to the doctor, wait there 30 minutes half naked just so he can tell me I'm dying. I cross the street and get a bullet. I live in the hood. I live around the hood. I live around people who live in the hood. Think it's a movie out here. Some people think it's a video game. You get to start over. You get another 12 lives to start it all over. People aren't realizing these type of things ain't true. So no, so in that field, I learned that, for the most part, we don't participate in these type of things. So in building what we're building, and even with mental health, because I'm gonna tell y'all right now, when I first divorced my wife, I wanted to be mean and ugly. Certain times after the divorce, and I divorced her, I wanted to be mean and ugly because I felt like she forced me into divorcing her. So just with her cruelty. So, but coming into this relaxed me. And it relaxed me so much because I seen that the character and actions that most of us are carrying come from being black. Come from being black African American and feeding into each other's woes and into each other's low point stories, feeding into each other's nifs. This is where I started seeing that this was even her attitude. It came from TV shows and things of that nature and the things she expected. Like who I was. As far as I'm going to say, I was never taken for me. I was always like 5 or 6 different TV characters that she watched on TV, and I never knew which one was showing up at any time. So it was by her mood that one of these 5, 6 people was here, and I was supposed to find, I was supposed to know which script I was supposed to be reading from. And I don't live like that. I'm not reading from any scripts. Everything about me is real. And then even to the point where, well, you talk too much. I talk too much because I tell the truth. I talk too much because as soon as I hear something, I'm in it and I'm on it. That's talking too much. Because, oh, you think too much. I think too much because you can't pull some raggedy scam on me, or you just can't tell me I think too much. Well, guess what? I'm going to keep thinking too much because some of the thinking you should be doing, maybe that's what I'm doing. And if you was thinking, I wouldn't be, and that's not really to her, but to anybody, because I've heard that from mad people. I think too much. You overthink the process in the situation. One year, somebody even told me I had too much pride. If I didn't have this pride in me, maybe I would, I don't know. I'm not saying that I would be, but if I didn't have pride in me, maybe people do things sneaky. But I got too much pride in me because ain't nobody gonna be able to hold nothing on me and throw it in my face later and talk about what I did. And if it ain't something that I'm not willing to stand ground on and look you another man in the eye and tell I ain't got nothing to do with that, then I ain't got nothing to do with it. And so there are certain behaviors that we just don't carry on with, no matter what the no matter what the pleasure is or what the final price is. There's a certain thing that's not going to happen, and people don't like that about you when you're able to stand your ground like that. They don't. They want to interfere. They want to throw shockwaves. They want to make a little earthquake for you. They want to see your boat just not skimming on the water, but they want to see it topsy-turvy and looking like it's going to sink, because that's what's going to make them feel good about them. Make them be able to go to sleep at night that they made you miserable. I'm telling you, man. Whole world, or excuse me, not the whole world. We exist within a predatorial system. My belly is full, yours is hungry. That's the type of system we live in. And we want to join this system and help this system and make this system work when we're giving lessons that tell us we're not supposed to be a part of this system. A manipulation nature, yeah, and see, it's so manipulative that so I'm telling y'all, no, people told y'all, keep telling we're gonna have black economics, and those economic courses. For those of you who've taken it, I'm asking you a question: did they ever tell you that no matter what the job rate is, 33% of the people won't be able to find a job at all? Did they ever tell you that? That's 33% of the people who can't find a job. That means there's poor people. But to have beliefs, to have beliefs and with no facts and no nothing, just belief. Like we believe the police. Well, they're the politicians. They're supposed to make it good for the people. Why? Who told you that? Where'd you see that? You saw that printed somewhere? You saw where it said the politicians were supposed to show me that. The police are supposed to protect us, and then show me that. Show me their directives that tell us that they're supposed to protect us. Show it to me. And since you can't show it to me, I'm not standing here arguing, fighting on none of them subjects. It don't make sense. I read what they're supposed to do. And they ain't saying nothing about what you saying. You operating off what you believe. You're not operating off the facts of what it is. Police protect property. So whatever else you want to say, and the people who own the property, that's what they protect. They don't protect the so-called everyday citizen who votes. And even that, I left this out. Voting. So, and I should just have to say this. There's the popular vote, and then there's the electoral college vote. How many people do you actually know? What are the names of the people who are on the electoral college? Then what's the sense of you voting if you don't even know the 270 people who are actually going to vote the president in? You could do all the popular vote you want. That's the vote you and I would be making, popular votes. The vote for the president, there's 270 of them. They're called electoral college votes. And it's supposed to be that you get it for the state, but it don't always work out that way. That's why Hilary Clinton was mad. I yield the floor.
I'm actually trying to see right now who's on the electoral college, who's a member. and how they are elected. It says there are 538 electors, one for each U.S. senator, one for each U.S. senator and U.S. representative, plus three for Washington, D.C., which gets 3 electoral votes in the presidential election. Washington, D.C. gets 3.
But who are they individually?
Right. So, electors in the Electoral College. Let's see. It's up here. I was trying to find things. Let's see. The establishment and role of the Electoral College is spelled out in Article 2, Section 1, Clause 2 of the U.S. Constitution. It was modified by the 12th Amendment in 1804 and the 23rd Amendment, and the 23rd in 1961. How electors get picked varies by state, but in general, state parties file slates of names for who the electors will be. They include people with ties to those state parties, like current and former party officials, state lawmakers, and party activists. So there's no way to tell who would be. That's very ambiguous as to the pool of people that they pull from to be on the Electoral College.
So who you voting for? What?
Who
Not you, but in general.
Right. So you can't literally even vote for House people or Senate or Congress and things like that, because they're taking people, judges, maybe, police officers, lawyers, attorneys, things like people like this who have they're stockholders in the United States Corporation. These are the board members, and the board members are they're voting people in and out for the purposes of voting. And this is where lobbyists come in, where they, get their start rallying up people, who's pushing money towards a certain person to amp up the advertisements and the propaganda for these people, to their names, and bashing of other people in their names and things like that. So yeah, it gets really crazy around voting season. And even though the presidential vote is the most highly arranged event for the United States, in the meantime, every year or every 2 years or so, there's other elections for seats and things like that. And then all these people, these new elected officials, they get together and they begin to put their money together and all their people together to put it in the pot towards a certain presidential candidate or even House member and things.
The next vote coming up should be local, which means your governors,
Yeah.
people like that are getting ready to run for office after the president. And those votes you make.
Mm-hmm.
It's the presidential vote and that said that you're not missing. Before this November, you will not be. You might pull a trigger. You might write on a piece of paper. You might punch a hole, but your vote will not count.
And you know, most people don't pay attention to the local votes. They don't and those are the votes that matter the most, that affect the people the most, because locally we are subject to the laws of the land. So those are the people we want to be paying attention to. But then still at the same time, I don't vote for them either. And I remember when voting became a serious thought. I thought that I was just way behind the power curve because I didn't know anything about voting. I knew nothing about politics. This was not something that we really discussed and talked about as in a belief system, that it was, important to vote. I didn't grow up believing in voting. So when I became 18 and I was in the 19, whatever, when I was 19, 20 in the army, it came time to vote. I thought I had to vote, and I didn't even know what I was doing. I would go into the polls, and I would just be marking people, and I was like, what if I'm choosing people who are going to do harm, and I don't know anything about what they got going on, and I done put my name on the ballot or whatever, my markings on a ballot to promote this, and so it was President Obama that I voted for last, and I voted for President Obama because of his brown skin. And I really and because I remember being in the second grade, and Jesse Jackson was running for president. It was like 87. And in the process of Jesse Jackson running for president, this is where I remember people beginning to be really boisterous and proud to be black. And it was after Martin Luther King had been assassinated, and Al Sharpton and Jesse Jackson was the rising star in black land. And so then when he ran for president, we were having these conversations in school. Now I'm in the second grade, and I remember this, in the second grade in Mobile, Alabama. And we had to cast a vote as students. Like, they had this whole voting we would go through, and they would show us. That was the only time that I ever learned what voting was and how to go through the process of voting and what to consider. But then I noticed that the adults were really swaying the votes by their opinions and perspectives and things like that. So people were really against Jesse Jackson being president because of his skin complexion, and he played on that blackness. He really played on that blackness and that likeness for people. And so that's how it became, I think, easier for people to fall into that category of calling themselves, because black could be great too. And because all this time, black was never known to be great.
Yeah, it was. That was the whole thing that came out of the civil rights movement in the 70s. You remember, I was born in 1965. I was 22 in 1987. and we thought we was Black and African Americans, and we was proud to be Black. We was Black and proud, and everybody had their afros and their afro picks before the Jerry curls before 1983. And then the Jerry curls came around 1983, 84 and killed it. And so I had I wore a crew cut, like I was a military cut, and I had waves. And that's how I used to rock mines, with a crew cut and waves. And other type peoples had Jerry curls. And so that's how I'm saying crack. The institution of crack coming into the community is what destroyed everything. Until 1985, we still had fine looking women, families, your mother, your grandmother, all those people you could count on until 1985. 1985 blew everything out the water. Crack changed, like, even your sex life, because things you didn't see before, they were happening now, and they was happening to more people in the community than you could believe at one time. One sister with like 7, 8 dudes. You ain't never heard nothing like that until crack. So 87, yeah, everybody was Black and proud before that. And that's part of, even the Nation of Islam came in 1930, teaching being Black and proud, and people was buying into it. So when Jesse Jackson, after he lost his presidency, is that when he turned everybody into African Americans?
Maybe they used him, and he allowed himself to be used to bring that energy in, because people were so excited, like, he could possibly be president, and they took it all the way to the end with him. And by the time he got that far, it was like, wow, he really got that far. You know what I'm saying? Something about that, you know. So I don't know. Um, I'm
Well,
not
coming
in.
up in the Nation of Islam, and through that movement, we knew he wouldn't be president because he was one of us. We knew then he wouldn't be president. We wasn't. I don't even think my mother and them voted in those type of elections back then. And the first time I got involved was probably after Jackson lost, and I got to work for the Democratic John Daniels mayor and Roby Pooley, the Republican person. John Daniels won, but after I left his thing, I told them that night, I'm a Republican. I'm not going to be no Democrat. Well, why? I said, because Democrats believe in big government and Republicans believe in big people. I'm going to be a big person. And I walked out on the Democrats in 1988. And the next year I was a Republican. And I stayed that way. I've never deterred from that until 2016. And my last thing I did to help our people was vote for Trump. I yield the floor.
Okay, so all the controversy that has been around Trump during that election, and all the things that they tried to, focus on. What is it about Trump that you were so interested in, that in the reason why you voted for him, and to say that you did it for the people? Can you talk about that for a little bit?
Now I feel like I'm on one of them shows where I have to say, good question. Thank you for asking. I told you I could be a jack sometimes. Okay, so I am a capitalist. I'm not ashamed to say it. I never try to hide it. I'm a capitalist at heart. I love the game. I love the money. I love the way the system moves. Do I think we should have poisoned waters and stuff to do it? Heavens no. Poison the earth, kill people? No. None of that should exist in the game of capitalism. Ever since I was a child, names, if your name went with a bank, if your name was JP Morgan, I like JP Morgan. I like anybody's name who sounded like that, because you got to realize my heroes were Honorable Elijah Muhammad, and this was before I was 10. Honorable Elijah Muhammad and everything that was connected to that. So those were men out in the world arguing, and they were arguing and fighting against people like JP Morgan and them. And since they ran the banks, my brain was smart enough to know, well, you know, what's going on over here? What's going on over there? Let's check this. Let's check that. That's why the first time I saw a GQ magazine, it had a couple of brothers on it standing there with shirts and ties on, and I knew right then and there. And I was younger than 10. That's how I'm addressed when I grow up, right? And I got my suits laying around, trust. But so as I grew up and I kept studying these type of things, people like Lee Iacocca became my heroes. And Lee Iacocca, Gerald Ford, I read all their, but not Gerald Ford, the guy with Ford Motors. I read their biographies. By the time I was 18, I read their biographies. I knew about their lives. I knew why they went into their companies. I understood what it meant to be a shark in the business world and go in and do merger and acquisition and take a company over, sell company, fire people in order to make the company more lean. I loved it. So as the 80s and 90s came around, Trump is just one of them dudes. He's just one of those type of money people. And then when he came time to run for office and the stuff that he was talking about with trade, then he said something like, my administration is ready to meet any other communities that are, oh, you're talking to us. You're talking directly to us. I hear you. Here I come. So as I heard him during his first campaign talk about the stuff that he wanted to do, just knowing that world, and I used to read the Wall Street Journal. Like, we out on the street doing our things, I would go down the street with the Wall Street Journal in my hand and be reading the paper. And everybody thought I was crazy, like I'm gonna get robbed or something, because I'm standing on the block reading the newspaper. But that's what I did. And I watched my back, but I was reading the newspaper, the Wall Street Journal. I wanted to know what was going on. Lo and behold, 91, they had started like Bloomberg News. Lo and behold, one night I'm sitting there and I'm watching the news late night, the money news, and they said the price of cocaine has gone down. And sure enough, guess what? 8 balls were cheaper the next day. All up and down the block. And I said, wow, look at that. Look at that. So when my people standing around talking about we don't have access, we don't, and I'm not saying all of us, some of us do have access, but all of us, not for the way we had it, everybody had it. The access was uncontrollable, but it was uncontrollable because it was on the market, and on the stock market, they were selling it too. And so when the prices dropped on the stock market, they dropped in the streets too. I said, get out. And they dropped like $20, $25 in 91. So 8 ball, instead of 8 ball costing 100 and change, you was able to get an 8 ball for $80 to $100. So by the time we get to Trump, you can't, oh wait, don't forget, They dumped Ronald Reagan's coke in the sea. One of them Nicaraguan dudes, they dumped Ronald Reagan's coke in the sea. When Ronald Reagan ran for president, the first time I ever watched the presidency, he had an inauguration, and he said in his inauguration, I'm telling all you young people coming out of college now, don't come out here looking for any jobs. There won't be none. Ronald Reagan said it. So, and I'm just saying, this is where my brain was. And so that's before, well, that's after I got the job. This is before I even became a Republican. I was listening to them. I was hearing them. My grandmother told me, I don't want to say the best people, but the more affluent people. Everyone talks well and they read well. So and they write well. They read well and they write well and they talk well. They write well and they talk well. So as I grew up, I aspired to talk well and to write well. Now my penmanship is sloppy, but my words are beautiful when they're all mushed together. So I can't worry about my penmanship because it's the totality of the words that are actually looked at and taken into account, right? So my thing is to be able to express myself clearly for what it is that I want. And my grandmother, the teachings from my home, this is what started it and inbred it into me to keep going to the way I go today. Because I'm gonna tell you, if y'all never heard it, one year we went to my mother's house. My stepfather, like one of the games we play are word games. And so when we play the word games, you have to write down so many words, either in time or just write down more words than the next person. If you have matching words, you have to cross them off. Whoever has the most words wins that round up until so many rounds in the game. One night, my stepfather kept me at that table so long. And the only reason why we were sitting at that table so long is because the both of us decided to use words that were industrial words from within his correctional facility. They had different words for different things that I didn't know nothing about. He started writing them down. From the marketing world, from the management, finance, I had a few words he didn't know, and I was right. And we did it in the same round. We did it at the same time. We started using other words because too many words were being scratched off, and we did it the same. He looked at me because I don't have a formal college education. But especially when we got the internet, I used to sit there and say, like, accounting 101. And I would sit there and read the accounting. But remember, I started from a library. And I used to go to the library. And I used to go up to use a little card index box to find my books. And then go have to hunt my book down. And I didn't put them back, but I hunted them down where they was at. And once I learned the area for the books I want, I didn't use the index anymore because now I know where the books are. I just go find my books. But I used to go to the library. At the library, I didn't always have my library card. I lose it. And then I forget about it, right? So note paper. I'll sit there and copy pages, 3-4 pages. I'll take the notes out of pages. I did what I had to do to have the information that I needed in my hand when I needed it. You couldn't give me a situation, a problem, and say, well, how do you fix it? And think, I'm not going to come up with a solution, because it was business problems. And think, I'm not going to come up with a solution. When the library's open, it doesn't make sense not to come up with some type of solution. So I did that. I learned how to read statistics at 15, 16 years old. I learned how to read government statistics, business statistics. I learned all of that. I learned we were 13% of the population back then. And we 13% of the population now. And the killing and stuff might make us more or less, but I say with the way that we've been sleeping with each other, we should have been way past 13%.
Now, what is this 13%? Like, what category is this 13%?
When they speak on blacks and African Americans have always made up 12, at the most 14% of the United States population.
So, you saying at that time when you were still seeing yourself as black African American, that's what it was. And still to this day, it's that same amount. Right. So there's no change in the numbers. So where are they getting this data from? So it's gotta be a specific, a specific testing ground that they're using. And I hate to use this comparison, but I think it's the best one. Cattle. When cattle are born, they tag their ears, and they keep data on their growth and development. So when our babies are born, they tag them and they keep data on them based on insurance, the doctor's office that we choose to follow up with after the hospital. There's a inner networking system that we are unfamiliar with, and because we are unfamiliar with it, we don't know who knows who or what. And so in that tagging, they use the data off those specific people. You know what I'm saying? And then I don't know. I just think that there's so much behind the scene that we really don't pay attention to, and we don't acknowledge. We don't acknowledge those things that are being done right in front of us. Literally, things are being done right in front of us, and we're not paying attention. Social media has taken the internet by storm. And during the quarantine, people had to find something to do to keep themselves uplifted. And even in my own time of going through changes in life, social media has kept me uplifted. But I don't just use it only for frivolous time being spent on the internet. I use the internet and social media for networking, for building, for meeting people who are doing the same things. But what I notice is people, they're on the internet and they create this facade. They create this internet personality. And they get involved in these different networking systems, network marketing and network this and network that. I used to do network marketing. I started in network marketing, and I started realizing that the people that were convincing me to purchase into these pyramid schemes were drawn in by someone else's promotional marketing, growth and development and skills. And so they had to do me the same. And so now I had to go and do people the same. And I could never do that to people if I wasn't making any money from it, or if I wasn't seeing any growth and development. I didn't pursue it any further, but what my point is that it's easy to do, but the part that was difficult was the networking in the marketing, and the fact that you don't really make money until there's other people making money underneath you. So you have to find people who are just as hype about what this is and what they're doing, and don't really care about lying to people. You can't care about lying to people. You have to be willing to sell the product, right? And whatever that means. And so I found myself on social media doing It Works, and I was doing the wraps that go around your belly and all of this stuff, and using those products and coming on every day to sell this product. And I realized, I was like, this is more tedious than anything, because if it's really working, it would sell itself. Like, I was seeing so many people doing the same thing, selling the same stuff, and I was even making the solutions and drinking it, and I'm like, this doesn't really taste all that good. I'm being too honest. So, of course, I'm not going to sell it. So, I got rid of the stuff that I had bought, and let me tell you, I got into Avon. And so my point is, the internet has become a market for people to voice their opinions, to show up as they choose to show up, and to connect with people across the globe instantly, shall they be tuned in. The information that is being sent out to create a new wave of thinking, organization, and unification of people, that information is dimmed down and not shared widely. And another thing I noticed with social media, if you're not paying for it, it's not moving. The currency is truly the currency, is the current you see. The currency is the current you see. The motion in the ocean, the waves. And so we're making waves, but it's like our waves have to be more forceful, but not in a forceful way, graceful with force. And it's so sad that even the people we love don't identify with how we identify ourselves. There are least greatest supporters, and the crazy thing is that we live in a society where our family and how our family sees us says a lot to people who don't know you. And so when your family, because okay, we're family, we're the same blood, same bloodline, but we're speaking differently. They have been conformed. I, on the other hand, was conformed at one time because everybody else was, and I couldn't. It was like I saw myself going with everyone and everything, and then I started questioning myself, and I was like, wait a minute, like, why do I agree with that? Why am I going along with that? And then when I started bucking the system, that's when it really got crazy for me, because there was no rally point where everybody was saying, yay, you made it, come on, you made it. No, everybody was like, why are you going that way, and what are you doing, and you should be going this way with us, and da, 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 da. And so, now I'm battling the people. When you have the support of your family, you don't need the world. But when you don't have the support of your family, you need the world. And the crazy part about it is, the world is full of families that are going along with the craziness. So where's the safe space? This is what we are creating here, a safe space. A safe space to be free, to grow, to be you. The world is the world, of course, they might call you crazy, but you got to be willing to go through being called crazy. Because when it really gets to the bottom of it, when it's down to the wire, what we are judged on is our heart. You say, yeah, the thoughts, but yeah, okay, everything starts with a thought. That thought moves into your heart. That energy in your heart that went from thought to your heart is now got to go into your hands and your feet. Action to be done, something to be completed, work to be put forth. So it's what you're doing, how you're moving, how you walking, how you talking, what you building, what you writing, anything you doing with your hands is an act of what's in your heart. If you hurting people, harming yourself, that's at your heart level, because it came from your mind. And until we have to work backwards. Like, what are we doing? Based on what we're doing, what does that say about the heart? Based on what that says about the heart, what are you thinking? Based on what you're thinking, where did you get that thought? why did you harbor that thought? Why did you go with that? Where did it come from? Is that what feels good to you? Not, making someone else feel like that feels good to you. Then you have to question yourself and why you're doing the things that you're doing. I don't understand hurting people. When you understand that you're hurting people, you're not supposed to do it anymore. But when you do it and you have and you know very well what you're doing, then but when it comes to how we get into the conditioning or the conditioned mind that voting is going to change our existence. In all the years, no matter what gender, no matter what race, ethnicity the candidate has been, as soon as the person gets into office, they begin to make disclaimers and tell you the limitations of their job. I have to say, Kamala Harris is the first person I've ever heard state that she had been hired to do a job, and she was going to do the job that she was hired to do. I never heard anybody else say that before, but she said that. She really put things into perspective when she became the vice president of the United States Corporation, which the crazy thing about it is they never occupied the White House. Now, we can have this conversation over and over again, time and time again, but still the fact remains that we have not had a president since Trump. Now, all this stuff that's going on right now, I do not believe any of it. I believe that it's all put together to continue the commotion and to get people to see how far it's like a testing ground to see if the people have woken up yet, and they see that the people are still asleep, walking around bumping into things and bumping into each other and arguing about silly things. It's so easy in my mind to see and to say, if we all just agree that, but then once people start talking about organization, they immediately start putting people in place that they want to be, that they trust to be in charge, or that person is themselves that they see in charge. Then they want to impose rules and impose these different things on people. You gotta act this way, you gotta talk this way, you gotta dress this way, you gotta do things this way. The only thing in my mind is that you're not hurting anyone. You're not hurting children. You're working on your skills and abilities and your talents, and you're putting forth an effort towards a collective idea or concept to build and to grow. If all the people that knew how to knit and sew would get together, I mean, they have these different groups, forget what you look like, forget where you live, you all like the same thing. get together and make things, create things. If you like doing it anyway, you know, people who like to work on electrical things, electronics and things, fixing things, get together. See, then the issue of money comes into play because we've been conditioned to think that money fixes everything, or if you don't have money, it breaks everything. Then people, that's another element of the debate. Money. Where's the money going? When there was no money and the system was trade and barter, you had to have something that was worthy to be traded because it could be used for something. You may have a whole bunch of pine trees, a whole bunch of, different trees that been cut down, but somebody has something that you need. The people that is over there sewing and making clothes and blankets and stuff, they got all these materials, and you give them the wood and they can build, and you have clothes and they have wood to build. And I mean, there was no money needed for that transaction. Everybody's a win-win situation. So, I don't know. I'm just going on. Please, I yield. You're muted. Do you know that you're muted?
No, I didn't know I was muted. Thank you. I said I didn't mean to cut your growth. And which is the stuff you're saying is beautiful. But especially let me start here because the Dutch, they were trading, but then they would get to certain ports and the particular things that they was looking for, spices in particular, they said it was nutmeg. At one time I thought it was cinnamon, and I meant to say this before, but I was corrected. It was nutmeg. It was used as a medicine or something like that. And but the Dutch couldn't get their hands on what they needed to trade. So if they couldn't get what they needed, then they couldn't make a trade to make a trade to make a trade. So that's why the Dutch sent an army over to the spot where the cinnamon was, so that the next year people had to trade with them to get the cinnamon. So this was trade, and so that's what the dollar, the medium of exchange of, when I say people don't understand economics and stuff, the medium of exchange being dollar was so that everybody can get a little bit of something without everybody using up everything, or one particular group coming to take everything so that they got theirs, and now they get to monopolize the cost of everything because they got their military there with all the spices. And it wasn't just the nutmeg, whatever other spices was there, they just took it all, and the Dutch just took it over. So, but that's in the story of trades. But when it comes to being disillusioned with everything, see, my family, the First Nation of Islam in New Haven, Connecticut, started in my grandmother's house. My mother was 12. My father met my mother when they was like 17, 18, and he became a Muslim. Everybody in my grandmother's family was Muslim. So my mother and them, they knew Elijah and them. They came to my grandmother's house. They ate at my grandmother's house. So coming up as a child, we went to Sister Clara Muhammad School. Our whole life was the Nation of Islam. And Allah is God. And I'm the black man, the cream, the maker, the owner of the universe, God of the universe, all this other stuff. This is who I am. And then at 10 years old, Elijah dies. We go to a meeting in New York at the Felt Forum, and his son stands there and he's like, yo, I just want to let y'all know my father didn't give y'all the whole truth. But for the first 10 years of my life, this came from Allah. For the first 10 years of my life, how you gonna stand here today and tell me it's not all the truth? How ain't it all the truth if it came from Allah? From that very second, there was nothing nobody could ever tell me about religions again, about God again. I didn't want to hear nothing no adult had to say because I felt you all lied. You all fell for a lie. And as they stand here and tell you now about another way of following Al-Islam, you about to follow another lie. And I'm not going with that. And I was 10. Yes, ma'am.
So what was this? I'm very curious. What was this mind changing information? Like
that Elijah Muhammad, what he taught us was the incorrect way of Al-Islam, of Islam. That he did not teach us the right way of Islam. And then that's how they taught us Sunni Islam in 75. So since this first nation of Islam, I'm now being told was incorrect, it wasn't the correct way. What the hell makes you think I'm gonna listen to you about a second way? And that right there at 10 years old, I watched as all these adults turned around and went from one to the other. I saw the other ones who were just in disbelief and didn't even hear the second one. And then when they said, when Imam Warfdi Muhammad said that we were going to follow the way of the Sunni from the Arabs of the East, my brain said, the Arabs? They were the first ones to take us slaves. They were the ones who made eunuchs of us. What are we following them for? And I was 10 years old. And I knew all this information from the time I said, Grandma, I knew all of this from the teachings. Grandma, if we were the kings and queens of the earth and we had white people as slaves, why are we mad at them like this? Because they took us as slaves. She said, when you grow up and figure out the answer, when you learn how to read and write, you answer that question for yourself. What? I read every encyclopedia book I could get my hands on, dictionary, thesaurus, whatever. I was reading everything. And so I learned all this information before I was 10 through my mother's Britannica encyclopedias. I learned it all about all history always caught me and stuff like that. I loved history. So reading about different people and times and stuff like that. And my little brother's name was Saladin. And we was already told he was named after a great warrior king who fought for Al-Islam. So history. And then all the movies with the pirates and stuff like that. History. Yeah, I knew as a child some of those characters were us. I didn't grow up and I'm not just finding this out. I knew that as a child. When they showed the Egyptians and stuff, and when they said certain, I knew that those people were us. I knew it wasn't them. And so, you know, and so now to hear Prophet Noble Drew Ali in 2015, 16, talking about we're not Black and African American. Well, for everything else, that just made too much goddamn sense. I just told a brother the other day, Prophet Noble Drew Ali told me everything I need to know. He said, no, he didn't. And who are you to tell me? And then the stuff he tried to show me, everything he showed me, just from knowing that we're not Black and African American, from being told to read the law from the Moors, everything that he proceeded to show me from right then and there, I told you that the Christian black codes are the reason why you're going to see our people on the census. My family, we have an uncle from way back then. Guess what color he is on the census? From the early 1800s.
White.
Yes, ma'am. One of my people's white. And we keep telling everybody that's what you're going to find. See, I don't have to go see those documents to verify it for myself. I already know. Why? Because I'm not. So tomorrow, somebody's going to wake up. All right, so this brother just showed, Yusuf Rahim Ali just showed a video with Greeks who look like us, which people didn't know prior to seeing this video. And people are shocked, people are amazed. For what? You didn't hear us before when we said we were from the beginning. So anytime you hear Greek Roman, you should think of yourself. Anytime you anytime you hear any of them things, you should think of yourself. Anytime you hear any Canaanite, Amorite, whatever, you should think of yourself before you think of somebody else. When you hear Jew, you should think of yourself. Israelite, Hebrew, any of these crazy names, you should think of yourself before you think of anybody else. Because we're going to take it all the way back.
I'm sorry. We're not going to be able to change that with the people who have already been conditioned and taught to see things a certain way. There's years of incorrect documentation of false depictions of those characters in history.
So, wait a minute. It is people who call themselves Moors and say they know and understand this way, who are shocked to see the Greeks are us, the Romans are us. They still explain the story of the white man and slavery and the pitiful situation that we're in. And they should be above that thought and that idea. And I'm watching this on social media. So it's like every time, we already said they lied to us about everything in history. So
Wait, hold
how
on.
can you be shocked when you see a lie?
Okay. So the crazy thing is people don't want to see themselves in those roles, because then who would they have to blame? Themselves for the harm that has been done. See, all this time it's been they did it. And they're like, yeah, we did it. Yeah, we did it, because see, they get to take on the claim of being white. And what white means, really what it means. They get to take on that claim and say, yeah, we did it. We sorry that we did that. And the whole time we continuing to look towards ourselves and hate ourselves secretly. Deep down inside, that energy is self-hatred. And until we deal with that, okay, so let me say it like this. Real life, my life, I had to admit that I was harming myself or making bad choices and decisions because I was really in the midst of self-hatred. And I noticed that when when I come out of denial of that, I could really deal in the truth of that. And dealing in the truth of self-hatred, you have to look at yourself and you have to begin to love you. Outside of what anybody could ever think of you or say about you, you have to get into you. And most people are afraid to get into themselves because they ain't never been told nothing good about themselves. They ain't never really seen anything good about themselves. Even when they look at their children, they still see their children as who they are. And instead of fixing themselves, they further harm themselves through generational curses, continued on through the next generation, because you still haven't forgiven your mother for not forgiving herself. You still haven't forgiven your father for not forgiving himself. He don't even know how. She don't even know how. You don't even know how. You mad at them because they don't know how to do what you don't know how to do either. But then when you have people that come on here and speak the truth to tell you how to do it, that resistance within you is what is causing you not to move forward. It's your own resistance. So I had to learn, if I didn't want to be in pain, I had to stretch against the pain. I call it resistance stretching. I will go as far as I go, even in the pain, until I just couldn't bear it. And guess what? The more and more you do that, the more and more you loosen up. And the more and more you loosen up, the better it feels. It doesn't hurt anymore. You become flexible. And when you're flexible, you are able to withstand bends and pulls and, stretches that you wouldn't be able to withstand in a tight situation of resistance and denial. So we have to be willing to come out of the denial and to accepting self. And not the self with all the makeup on, not the self with the eyelashes on, not the self with the wig on, not the self with the tattoos covering everything up. Not the self with the BBL. Not the self that goes to the gym. That goes to the gym and gets all buffed up and secure on the outside. Talking about that self without all the enhancements. Just you. And that's why a lot of people can't meet us here. I yield the floor.
No, the self that cries alone at night because you didn't forgive self. That's the being that's being spoken to and about right now. And the understanding that the reason why we have the question of voting within the sentence within the opening of the show is because of these thoughts and these ideas, and that's just as simple as it is. This is where it all generates. It's all motivated from here, and it's all a low level idea of who we actually are. And I'm gonna say this: no matter which one of our holy books we try to grapple onto, if we keep trying to find a way to try to make the system do something good for us, then we're losing, and we're not even getting the idea of our books of freedom and not working within. And the process is simple. We said we was going to close out. We're almost on 2.5 hours. We said we was going to close out 2 hours. I want to bring that up.
Well, we said we're gonna, if it didn't, if it was at a pause at this point, then this would be a good point to close out. But if you're feeling like we at a pause, feel free. We can go ahead and go because things are changing now. My schedule is changing.
That's what it is. It's not that we're at a pause. It's that your schedule is changing. Yeah, so you need to be alert. You need to be alert, and I'm not going to be a part of holding you back from achieving what you need to achieve while you over there. When we leave the matrix, you have stuff to do that's not in the matrix. This matrix. Don't close me and Lady Shay want to interact with you. Oh, well, why didn't you say that, bro? And possibly Shabaka. Oh, shoot now, Shabaka. Now, bro, all right, brother Shay. Okay, bro. If you're gonna come on, if y'all gonna come on, come on. I was just trying to keep everything right, because Star does have to get up in the morning. She does have things to do. Oh, you just got here. We appreciate it.
Brother Che, Lady Che, and Shabaka.
But you know what? Listen, she does have to get up in the morning. So I would feel better if we reschedule for next week rather than hold her up. Lady Shay wants to come on. How are you able to give Lady Shay any time? How much time? 15 minutes? 10, 15 minutes? Okay, all right, let's bring Lady Shay on. We're going to stay on for another 10, 15 minutes. Come on now, bring it on. There it is. We love it.
There's the link. Let's go, Lady Che. What to do?
This is what we do, and one of our sayings is silence is acquiescence. Keep telling y'all we building the government. So if you're silent on the subjects, on the topics, on the measures that are on the floor, then that means you go along with it, and you don't see any problem with the things that we're saying. And the only way we know you have a problem is you speak up. If you don't speak up, we wake up tomorrow, things got done, and they can't be changed, not instantly. And you might not like the way it goes. We gave you your chance to say what you could. You didn't take it. Now you want us to listen at the last minute. And then that's when, oh, he's a tyrant. And I love it. I don't mind. But that's when he's a tyrant. He doesn't listen to anybody. I tried to talk to him. I was trying to talk to you. Remember them days I kept saying I was trying to talk to you? You didn't talk back. We thought y'all was just on the social site just talking. I kept telling you we wasn't. But we didn't know. But now you do. And it's too late to go back and change certain things.
No, right. There she go.
Well,
Lady
hey,
Che, what's up?
man, I had to bust in on Jesse so I could talk to y'all, brother and sister. How you doing, brother? Yeah, how you doing?
Doing well. How you
The
doing,
brightest of the
sis?
bright. I'm all right. Promise I won't keep you, man. I've been trying to get a hold of y'all for like days.
Okay, well, we
The
right
universe
here every
finally worked.
Thursday.
hmm Yeah, the universe finally works in my favor. How you doing, brother? Yeah, Sister Shida. You guys doing all right?
Excellent.
Can you hear me?
Oh yes, yes, yes. We have to mute so that we can all hear each other, because other than that we get an echo. So when we're not speaking, we've been muting.
Oh, okay. Okay, cool. Well, let me follow that train. All right, yeah.
So, okay, so let me ask you, Lady Che, what's your take on this election? Like, how do you feel about Kamala Harris, and what do you feel about her going against Trump, or even this whole debate between the battle of the women, Michelle Obama, and she ain't even asked to be invited, and then Kamala Harris. So how do you feel about those things?
Well, I'm glad you asked. This is how I feel about it. Um, First of all, now that Biden's no longer running for president, the fog can lift on our sisters. Our sisters, our more melanated sisters that are doing this Democratic shilling. The fog can lift. This bride is not. She didn't choose black first. She chose Brahmin first, and that's always been her identity. And Southeast Asian first before the black trope. Now, now that the reality is that the fog has to lift on our sisters. They can't keep trying to sell us this fake bill of goods to shield for the Democratic party, because we're not falling for it. There's no tangibles for black people, in any sense. Not even with Trump. No matter what, no matter if they brought the Chick-fil-A chick out there, and she was dancing around on stage like an old clown. I remember what she did with Chick-fil-A, and she wasn't talking that talk then. She wasn't talking that talk 12 interviews later. Now she want to get up on the stage and act like she finally speaks for the black community when she sold out the black community at Chick-fil-A for sandwiches and shakes. You know what I mean? The other thing is, I believe that I'm thankful that the universe hears me when I'm speaking, even if nobody's watching. Because I called it. I said, look, man, this lady is a melanated. We'll just say she's a melanated woman, right? Keep it fair. She's a melanated woman. She has plenty of accolades, whatever you want to give her. Let's not take away from that. The fact of the matter is that she's running for office. They selling us a fake bill of dreams by saying this is a black woman. I'm disappointed in our black brethren and sisters by going along with this trope, because we've been fighting this whole time. What is 3 years of saying don't vote blue no matter who, and now all of a sudden you're gonna ride this train again, making all of our work for nothing. And I don't like to be used. I'm nobody's poster girl. I'm nobody's tokenized little piece of that you can keep moving me around, maneuvering me. That's how I feel, maneuvered. And so I'm not telling because we only operate black first platforms. When I'm speaking to our brethren, our sisters, I'm saying the trope is it's a game. It's a black wave. Everybody wants to be black until they can't be black. They don't want to tolerate the negatives that come with being black. It's all fun and games when everybody wants to be black, but nobody wants to be a nigga, right? So now she has to deal with that. She's going to have to deal with that. As far as Michelle Obama, they didn't even want, nobody has liked this woman for 3 plus years. Referring to Kamala. No one has liked her. Border czar, the czar part was a joke that everybody made up because she was supposed to be at the border doing her job. She wasn't at her house when they dropped the busloads of immigrants. She's never been to the border. She doesn't care about the border. They have her on an abortion tour, right? Abortion is for them folks. We have way more serious problems being black as far as women. Any problem, they want to take our uterus. any problem. They want to take our uterus. They want to sterilize us. They want to put pesticides and things in our food that are sterilizing us, making us not be able to breathe. Then they want to cause conflict between us, meaning the black women and the black men, so that we don't want to stand next to each other, so we can't tolerate each other, so we can't breed with each other, so we can't, maintain our black homes. This is a plan. We are in a distracted nation, and a lot of things are when they're not being able to be seen clearly through the fog of distraction. This whole election is a distraction. First of all, Trump had an RNC. Where were all the black megas? They had white, frumpy, cracker barrel eating ass crackers in these black mega t-shirts. But the black megas weren't allowed in the RNC. Let's question this. Why? Because it's still white Christianity. It's the white Christian national policies, and that's what they are. Now with this is all where are all these black people coming out the woodwork for? Yep. Yeah, they're still handing out a lax stem cell. Anybody black is a risk for medical experimentation. They'll take anything from a sister. They will take anything from a sister, whether it be mammogram cells, uterine. I feel like I'm echoing.
I agree.
Let me put
I
myself on
agree
mute.
with what you're saying. Being a woman myself who has who has experienced these particular subtractions from the body. Now, if we were to find out just, oh, we're the white people that they were talking about in history all this time, we are those white people. And the reason why they're acting the way that they're acting is because they're not who they say they are. And they don't want us to know who we truly are. So we call ourselves black. And we fall into the categories that they have placed for the blacks. And then the blacks wonder why there's no change with the blacks, because it is a created category to keep the people from rising above the corruption. Now, I think it's beautiful that we're all here right now, because we do see things differently. We do say things differently. But ultimately, this conversation right here, what you just said, Lady Che, is valid, is relevant, and it makes sense. But the thing about it is that to me, it's like you're saying the right things, but the belief behind it is what's blocking your blessing.
I feel like that's probably exactly what's happening. We're so programmed and reprogrammed back and forth all day long that I'm surprised we even know our names. And I think that our God, we're having our God seed only, that we know we have, activating when it activates is probably going to be the only chance we know what true power we really have, because we're so confused. We're not only are we ethnically mixed in different ways, but we're being programmed through all sorts of different parameters, whether it be TV, media, internet, our friends, or family. The programming never ends for us. I'm surprised that we even have moments of clarity, to be honest, because it every day is a fight just to have a moment to think without some other propaganda popping in or somebody coming in with a different belief system. So it's very difficult. And even in regards to how we title ourselves at this point, like, what's wrong with just saying, being a revolutionary? and fighting for what's truly right. And I had this argument the other day. Oh, here goes Shabaka. I had this argument the other day about I only care about, and I'm pointing to the flag. I got, in our house we got I got a Pan African flag, right? In my house, I said all I care about, and I pointed to the black, is the race, right? I said that's what I'm here for. That's what my duty is, to protect and keep the race, right? Because everything else is all mixed up. But the race is one thing that I know I'm here to protect. I'm here to do my duty. I'm here to fight for it. I will live and breathe and die for the race, right? What else are we supposed to do? We just know that the race, regardless of the title, we're a part of the race. You see what I'm saying? All of us in this room is part of that middle bar, the race. You know, everything else is all convoluted at the. But I'm going.
So here's what we're saying. This race is a thought. It is not reality. It is somebody else's thought and somebody else's nightmare, their fear of us. That's what the black race is. Somebody else's nightmare. They made it up. They decided what it's going to be, how it's going to act, what its life expectancy is, what it's going to eat, how's it going to dress, the music it's going to listen to, the music, the news it's going to see. They made it up. So with them making it up is where we're saying that's the part of us we have to deny. There is no black race because there is no black nation. And since you can't claim yourself as a nation, you are not lawfully people. They bring us all to school to teach us all to read. How come they didn't teach us all to read the law, since we had to all operate within the law? Because if you read the law, you would quickly find out that they made something else, made somebody up and called you black and African American so they can abuse you. And when you say I'm black or African American, it's like saying, hey, I signed up so you can beat me up. I yield the floor.
That all makes sense. Hell yeah. If you put it like that, that makes all the fucking sense in the world. God knows I didn't sign up to get my ass kicked at all. I signed up to kick ass, not get my ass kicked. So damn, when you put it like that, that was a hard little bar right there.
Well, greetings, Shabaka. Welcome to the show. What would you like to add to the table? How you doing, good sir?
Okay, getting old, got congenital spinal cord disease, you know what I'm saying? And it's pretty much is that I'm on the downside of my lifetime. And Shabaka's Black Experience Enhanced, we will be ending it. We'll be doing our swan song maybe next Tuesday until we start generating some revenue to get it self-sufficient, is because I'm pretty much broken out of it. And plus that I got health issues, that I have to deal with. Okay, so for what I want to say, for over the years, that we've been acquainted with each other, known each other, and what have you, a lot of knowledge is being dropped, for the generations after me, which you all are, which I appreciate and respect, and I think me and El Ya pretty much are in the same age group. Okay. But however, I just want to give a shout out there because I appreciated all of the sisters in the African diaspora excelling excellence, in the Olympics, from Simone Biles to Sha'Carri Richardson and things of that nature right there. And if I'm still around in 4 years, the Olympics in 2028 will be heading back to Los Angeles. Okay. And I will say, for those who have never been to Los Angeles there, if you are of African descent, okay, protect yourself at all times, because the LAPD does not mind taking black people off the planet, or so-called black people, common term, for respect for El Ya, and protect yourself at all times. Now, integration, it's a bunch of garbage, okay? And I want to make this here perfectly clear, okay? Because each time that I remember that frog-faced bastard by the name of George Wallace, segregation yesterday, segregation day, segregation mom, okay, may he rest in piss, okay? And what had happened is the racist bastard, you know what I'm saying? He had got dumped on and somebody had pumped 5 bullets into his ass and put him in a wheelchair and then he checked out. Now, why do I have this? Why do I feel this way? Because I cannot help but thinking of that little baby, Ruby Ridges, having to be escorted to elementary school, okay, by the National Guard, where her little self was getting these death threats, and this is just a child. Now, the Little Rock Nine, they treated them real bad as well too, and that there was in Arkansas. And by the way, to the current governor of Arkansas by the name of Miss Sarah Huckabee, you need to get your fat ass into a gym and lose some of that damn weight. The garbage that you regurgitate, you see what I'm saying, is just like your racist ass daddy and those before them. You see what I mean? Okay. And I'm not one of these type of Negroes that's going to sit up there, the child, I should loves you. You go see Tim Scott for that shit. Okay? Now, I don't hate nobody. But what it is, though, is that I just have great love for our people because we are the original people. We gave the world the sciences, mathematics, and what have you. We come from the cradle of civilization, and I will argue with Sarge to the end of time. Elon Musk, ladies and gentlemen, is not an African. He is a Boer. He is Dutch. And ask yourself this question here, Black family. Could Elon Musk sit at a lunch counter in Wilmington, North Carolina in 1963? Okay, before Brother Kwame Ture started the Sit-In Movement Student Non-Violating Coordinating Committee? Answer is yes. Could Shabaka Sankori sit at that same lunch counter in 1963? No. Could Sister Akshita sit at that lunch counter in 1963? No. Could Brother El Yagab sit there at that lunch counter in 1963? No. Could Lady Che sit there at that lunch counter in 1963? No. And even Dr. Martin Luther King had stated shortly before he was assassinated, okay, is that, Black family, I led our people into a burning house with integration. Okay, now, I get a lot of hate mail, from these white folks. Well, we're all the same, Shabaka, you black racist son bitch. Bring your lily white ass out here to Las Vegas tomorrow. And I think our high is going to be about 110. And let's sit down and, out there in the desert, with no umbrella. You got to leave your suntan lotion at home, but I need some instructions from you. So when your skin gets to peeling and you start saying it's too hot, I will call the paramedics for your ass. And after they say where you at, then I will leave. You see what I'm saying? And this will prove that we are not the same. And this is not hatred. This is not racism. Is that, hey, bluebirds stay with bluebirds, blackbirds stay with blackbirds, redbirds stay with redbirds. Hey, man, I love my people. To quote a former heavyweight champ in the 1970s, I forgot his name. Oh, wait a minute. I think he kicked a little bit of ass here in Las Vegas. Yeah.
I got a
and they
question.
called him a draft dodger. That guy. Yes, ma'am.
It is my question. So according to what we're talking about, yeah, how do we correct the masses? Right now, there needs to be a little bit more cohesiveness going on with our people. Even if they're lost in the fog, I mean, we can't just do it for of us. You know what I mean? I mean, seriously, 5 of us, even with Jay in the back, you know, like honestly, I mean, we're gonna have to make a swift change. The way the world is going right now, I mean, we're gonna be screwed. You know what I mean? We let them lead us. If there's a leadership amongst us, like how do we get them? How do we galvanize it to work in our perspective, to work in our benefit, and what are we doing with it? Like, what's going to be our ultimate goal?
Okay, so let's start with the ultimate goal. That is a good question. Thank you for asking. I feel like we're on one of them shows. Um, First thing is recognizing our lawful position and the fact that we have a treaty on this land. And that treaty makes us our own nation. Therefore, as a nation, we govern ourselves. In the governance of ourselves, we must recognize each other in position, sitting in seat, ready to do, and people have to come in ready to do for the government. And a lot of work that y'all are doing out there, help saving our people in the way that you're doing it, is what we need done for the government, except we're going to minus a few things. We're going to, number one, minus the fact that of who we are. We're going to correct who we are as a people. We're going to stop talking about the United States government like they owe us something and we need something from them. As Martin Luther King said, I led my people into a burning house.
Facts.
So we're going to let go of anything and everything that has to go along with it. That means the Civil Rights March. That means being Black. That means you, whatever college, Black college, we're letting go of all of that. None of that means anything to us. We are operating in higher self-motivation, which if people don't understand, we can have a religious type thing where we go over different. All right, so for example, one of our constitutions, the first constitution everybody should carry in their heart is the Constitution of Ma'at, the 48 laws of Ma'at. All of this, I did not do anything negative type thing. Everybody should carry that inside their heart. Then with us realizing that we are a part of the universe, as above, so below, we have a zodiac constitution. And it's just something that you learn. And if you want to apply it to your life, you learn it. Then we have the divine constitution and bylaws from Prophet Noble Drew Ali that become secular and tell us how to operate on these lands. So now we're back to our treaty. And then we have a constitution to build our government. And we have to take our talents and skills and begin to build our government. Finances, I can talk about, but I'm not going to go there right now. I'm talking about the things that we need to do as a people. And when you say the four of us right here, there's only four of us on this screen, but we can name about 5 or 6 other people who would be involved with being the executive house of what it is that we wish to put forth.
And everything you just said, that's how I live by. And except now I just know that Jesse over there he said it's 42 confessions of my eye. All right. Jesse had the corrections. By the way, that's how I've been living my life through my eye and all that. I just know I need to tighten up on the last 2 you said, Noble Julai, and the last one. I really need to tighten up on the Constitution, what we're talking about. But I was already there. I was like, check, check, check. You know, like naturally. I was already there naturally, which is good. This is good. This is good. This is good for me because then I have direction. You know, there's nothing wrong with a leader who doesn't have. There is something wrong with a leader with no direction. That's what I meant to say. You know, and a natural leader. So I needed a point in the right direction. You know, I always catch you guys late. I always catch you guys late. I want to come in on your next show as a guest.
That would be awesome. Look, Lady Che, I was gonna say to you, because you came on and you have an interest in this, and based on what you just said, uh, I think it would be nice if maybe you and I could get together
Yeah,
and we could go over the Constitution,
yeah,
read it. You know what I'm saying? And I know I have, and this is,
I
and
got
just so we're open right here,
yeah.
in this on this platform right now. You have stated previously and publicly that when it comes to reading and understanding things, you have a little bit
Hmm.
of a struggle.
Yeah,
So
no, I'm a speed reader. I'm a speed reader, and I read fast. I was a gift, speed reader.
I
But
read slow.
the thing is,
I read
I have
slow.
memory issues. So yeah,
I read slow, and I
yeah,
dealt with issues of comprehension, and so we can help each other,
yeah, yeah, yeah.
read through it, and then that way, based on what we're reading the same document at the same time and having an open discussion about it, and we could be taking notes or whatever, and then maybe the next time you do come on, you and I can kind of present the information that we have gathered based on our reading and understanding of the Constitution. And
Yeah,
then that will give us something that we can do to build together as women and show that it can be done, because
yeah,
we are coming from different points of view, different perspective, different, everything. We've had our back and forth, with lack of understanding each other. You
yeah,
know what I'm saying? So I think it's a good thing that we're here still today and able to have this conversation. So why don't we take it a step further and actually work together in trying to
yeah,
understand and come to a common ground on a document that was written for us to get together what we're doing.
Well, I think it's I think it's a great idea, and not only do I think it's a great idea, I think that our people, whether they're few or a lot, they need this information. They need
Right.
this information. They need people are lacking substance in their life, and this is substantial. And I think that they need it. You know, if anything, they need the substance. People lack depth nowadays, creativity. There's a lot of things that they just replaced with all this media and this infectious contaminants that they got going on in their life. This is more like when I think about my aunt and I think about my life and how I've lived, even with Allah. I think about my heart weighing as light as a feather and sleeping well at night with it. You know what I mean? Knowing that I can always go through the doors. I live my life by that. And I think that we're so we've allowed so much impurities to come in our mind and pollute it that the basic things that we need, like the 42 convention, oh my God, like the Constitution that we're talking about, all that is kind of a cleansing thing for us. And maybe that's what we need to start off with, a cleanse and a reminder of the basic fundamentals. And then, to start, bringing people to court. So, of course, I'm with it. Whatever's going to make us great.
Yeah.
And for however long it takes. I'm in here for the long run. It's a marathon. It's not a sprint.
Right.
So I'm here for
No.
the long haul.
Yeah, right.
Committed.
Exactly.
Yeah. So
Islam.
yeah. I would say this. We'll send each other messages sometime this weekend. My internet, it should be back on Saturday. Uh, I was a victim of some sort of skimming thing. I put my card in an ATM, or Jesse put my card in an ATM a week or so before, and somebody snatched the number and raided the monthly account. So we had to do all this fraud paperwork. So everything's on auto pay. And as everything was on auto pay, everything got shut off accordingly. So it should be backed up
Okay, if I
Saturday.
may
Yeah, go ahead,
interject on
Chewbacca.
that there, if I may. Okay,
Go
not
ahead.
cutting your wisdom, yeah. I saw a video up on Facebook, right? Which is quite common at these 7-Elevens where you go swipe your card, the same thing with the gas, is that they got, I'm going to say, a thief, a mechanical thief of your personal information on top of the card swiper. And there was a dude, I think this was down there in the great state of Texas, down there, Governor Bud. Okay, an old Ted Cruz who drunk his Corona and told everybody to kiss his ass. And I ain't mad at him for it. So the dude had went into the 7-Eleven and he had told the clerk, man, this is some bullshit right here. You're skimming people's information right here. So he took a screwdriver. He pried it off, people. He pried it off and he showed it to the owner right there and saying that this is where, they hijacking your information from. And he says, and I ain't paying with no card. And the guy at 7-Eleven said, oh, I'm going to call the police. He said, yeah, please do, man, because, I'm going to keep this right here. And I got it out there on social media. So he says what they're doing is when you swipe your card, right, and you key in your password, for it, okay, that's how they're going in there to hijack your account. And I was slightly a victim of this here a few years ago with a damn GoFundMe page, right? So I immediately called up my bank and they said it's a bunch of bullshit and they got the security team on it. And I told the pilferer, hey, man, I'm not paying your shit. Well, we're going to arrest you and all that. Hey, go ahead and do it. You know what I'm saying? I'm still waiting for the arrest warrant. You know what I'm saying? Now, also, too, not to piss nobody off, because me and Brother Che go back and forth with this. Me and Brother El have went back and forth with this. Me and Sister Akshita have went back and forth with this. I just pulled some up here because I'm going through a bunch of old notes, Sister Akshita, from around the time that you and I had met. And this here is dated March 6, 1857. And please let me read it before we start commenting on it. Dred Scott decision. On this day in 1857, the United States Supreme Kangaroo Court issues a decision in the Dred Scott case affirming the right of slave owners to take their slaves into the Western territories, would be this hot-ass place like Nevada, California, Arizona, New Mexico, Colorado, thereby negating the doctrine of popular sovereignty and severely undermining the platform of the newly created Republican Party. Keep that in mind. Newly created Republican Party. At the heart of the case was the most important decision of the 1850s. Should slavery be allowed in the West? As part of the Compromise of 1850, residents of newly created territories could decide the issue of slavery by vote, a process known as popular sovereignty. California was included in one of these because California became a state in 1849. When popular sovereignty was applied in Kansas in 1854, however, violence erupted. White Americans hoped that the Supreme Court could settle the issue that had eluded a congressional solution because, see, they didn't allow colored folk to vote at the time. Dred Scott, who was a slave, whose owner, an army doctor, had spent time in the great state of Illinois, one of the most crookedest states going. They got a place there called Chicago, where Sarge is from, and it was home for Al Capone for quite a few years, if you know what I mean. Okay, and then in Wisconsin, a free territory at the time of Scott's residence, because the slave owner took them out of Missouri to Wisconsin. The Supreme Court was stacked in favor of the slave states, which comes as no surprise. 5 of the 9 kangaroo justices were from the South. Yeah, from the South, down there in Montgomery and what have you. Well, my people slaved, okay? While Robert Greer of Pennsylvania, who was staunchly pro-slavery, keep them niggers in that place, they bring us big business. And plus that, we sure do love them colored girls. No disrespect, Sister Akshita and Lady J.
Chief Justice Roger B. Taney wrote the majority decision, which was issued on March 6, 1857. The court held that Scott was not free based on his residence in either Illinois or Wisconsin because he was not considered a person under the hypocritical document that you could use to wipe your ass with called the U.S. Constitution, in the opinion of the justices. And I'm Shabaka saying, Corey, and I did say that, and I approve of this message. Black people were not considered citizens when the U.S. Constitution was drafted in 1787. According to Taney, Dred Scott was the property of his owner, and property cannot be taken from a person without due process of hypocritical law of the kangaroo courts. In fact, there were free black citizens in the U.S. in 1787, but Taney and other justices were attempting to halt further debate on the issue of slavery in the territories. The decision inflamed regional tensions, which burned for another 4 years before exploding into the Civil War. And the Civil War was not fought to free slaves. The Civil War was fought is because Abraham Lincoln, did not want to split the Union up, because he had even stated that he had looked at the white race as the superior race and that we were just beasts of burden. Understand? We were just beasts of burden. So when I look at ass scratchers like Uncle Tim Scott, Van Jones, other house Negro there in the East, you see what I'm saying? White America is stating how it honestly feels with a dump, as in human shit. And I want to make that perfectly clear, by the way, to quote another crook. You see what I'm saying? So as the knowledge that you all is dropping here, since you all are the generations after me, hey, set up our own black nation, set up our own black economics, set up our own black creativity, set up our own movie production companies like what Tyler Perry is doing down there in Atlanta, Georgia. But one thing I ask, please do not promote men folk shoving ketchup up their asses talking about they are menstruating. This is an insult to the sanctity of womanhood.
Oh my God, you had to go there with that at the end. I should have known. I slept that one, brother. I slept that part. Listen, everything else right on cue with. I could have wrote the whole book from the time he began speaking about everything that has come out of his mouth tonight. I wouldn't have necessarily said that he was going to read Dred Scott, but I would have said that he was going to make references to these documents and things of that nature. I just would have missed on that last part, and I feel some way about myself. So, Brother Shabaka, as you have said,
yes, sir.
Yes, sir. It is up to this generation. So now this is what we are saying to you, right?
Yes.
Publicly, when it comes to what we are all speaking to, nothing that you read.
Okay, what happened?
You can't hear me. You can't hear me. Everybody else can hear me. You can't hear me.
No, you're fading in and out, y'all. Well, okay, now I can hear you, sir. Yes, sir.
Mute your mic. Mute your mic, then you hear me.
Okay, all right, hold on. All right. Okay, let me shut up. Yes, yes.
Okay, so so everything that you have discussed is not in our forward plans of knowledge and wisdom of understanding. And no, the Constitution was not written for Black people or African Americans. Freely admitted, it's the law. It wasn't written for Black. You know why? Because Blacks and African Americans didn't exist. They were made. The Constitution, when it was written, when the treaty was signed, we were not Blacks and African Americans. We had our own. They say one thing about the Civil War. This is the first time the losers wrote history. So with the losers writing history, they made all of us Black and African Americans in their definition and their explanation and their way of explaining what they wanted to explain. They made us Black and African American on papers. We the ones who want to keep reading it and taking it that it's us, and it's not us. And we keep saying this to you. It's not us. So why are we dealing with it? And yes, the Constitution of the United States was written, and it wasn't written for Blacks or African Americans. So there's no shame in that. There's no lie in that. Anybody and everybody who are being Black and African American, you're living outside of law. You don't hear that being said? You don't want to have that conversation though, do you? You want to keep talking about what they did. We're not talking about what they did, what they said. Them days are over. We're talking about what we did.
Okay, so when you say loyal, yeah. Okay, I'm getting a lot of feedback.
Shabaki, it might be your headset, or you might have to go out and come back in.
Okay, wait a minute. Okay, I think it might be the headset because I'm on this Bluetooth. Hold on, just bear with me, y'all. Okay, let me kill this headset. Okay, then I'm gonna put the
well, in the meantime, while you're doing that, Shabaka, I just want to say, Lady Che, everything she said is on point to raising awareness and the building of understanding and unification through understanding. And so I'm happy to get with you offline and discuss some things so we can go over, the plan and how we're gonna do it, and just start, so I know we are friends on Facebook, so yeah, let's meet in a private room and let's get to it, and hopefully we can get some more side stars to come in with us as we're going along. But you and I make a great start, and it says a lot all on its own. So thank you for your willingness to join in a study with me. You ready, okay, Shabaka?
Yeah, I'm here. How do I sound now?
You sound clear.
Okay, all right. Yeah, so I plugged the headset back up into this laptop. Okay, and then also too, other research that I've done over the years is a lot of the intellectual property that was stolen from us in regard to the railroad, in regard to the light bulb, in regard to the telephone, in regard to blood transfusions with me and Dr. Barnes. We had a discussion on that. And then, of course, Akshita, our favorite guy, the one and only Sarge, our favorite antagonist, he got off on into that there as well, too. It's because, as you know, Dr. Charles Drew had came up with the concept of the blood plasma that saved a lot of GIs' lives during World War II. Okay.
So, hey, Shabaka, real quick, though.
Yeah.
I'm curious.
Yeah.
I haven't heard anything, heard your take on this election. And
sister.
Yeah, so I want to know.
Okay, all right, here we go. Now, can I speak
first of all,
candidly?
Wait,
yes, ma'am.
First, let me ask you something. Specific first. Do you think it's valid? Do you think it's valid to put Michelle Obama against Kamala Harris for a presidency? Do you think that's a valid argument or a valid sizing up of two to go against one another. Do you think that's relevant?
Yes, ma'am, it's very relevant, and that would be the biggest mistake that could ever be made in politics is for Kamala and Michelle to go up against each other. Because, as you know, these crackers are not playing. You got JD Vance, okay, and then you got old Donald Duck Trump, you know what I'm saying? Him and
No,
his
no, no. Wait a
bullshit.
minute. First,
What?
first you said is relevant. Why?
Okay, if Michelle Obama goes up against Kamala Harris,
Yeah, because she didn't even apply. She didn't say, "Hey, I want to run for president." She never entered into the race. So, how is it that the people have put her in this race in your opinion?
oh, they're
And
trying
you
to
being
draft in.
and you being one person who believes that it is valid for her to go against Kamala Harris. What makes Michelle Obama qualified?
Okay, more so than Kamala Harris. Okay, because first of all, this is out of California. These are documented facts. Kamala Harris is an adulteress. She had a illicit affair with the mayor of San Francisco by the name of Willie Brown, who was a married man. Kamala Harris was the district attorney for San Francisco County before she was elected attorney general of the state of California, before she was the U.S. senator from California when Barbara Boxer died, who she was appointed by a no good scumbum crook by the name of Gavin Newsom. And yeah, Governor, you can call into Shabaka's Black Experience and ask, because I sure do got a lot to say about you, Governor. Okay, all right, but with the dump, as in human shit, who belongs in jail, okay, it will be for wise for those who are not Trump supporters to get behind Kamala Harris, and I say that reluctantly, is because basically, in my opinion, it's boiling down to the lesser of two evils. Now, Kamala Harris did draft this guy who was the former, who's the current governor of Minnesota. Okay, and in a way, I kind of got a problem with him because, as we do know, that in Minnesota is where George Floyd was murdered by Derek Chauvin, and then as me and Brother Che had looked at that video time and time again, as much as we could stand it, Mr. Floyd was dead before the paramedics had got there, and Derek Chauvin belongs in jail for murder in the first degree. And from what I understand, that Mr. Chauvin was intact in prison. I don't care about him. He is sick. He is an avid white racist. He knew what he was doing when he put his knee on that man's neck. And plus, Mr. Floyd was bound. And me and Brother Che, we figured out that Mr. Floyd had passed on or transitioned at the 9-minute, 10-second part of the video. Okay, then you had the police chief of the Minneapolis Police Department at the time, I believe his name is Aaron Dondo, who is since retired, and he had him arrested. He also had the other cops arrested as well, too, who did nothing to stop Chauvin from what he was doing. And if push would have came to shove, they should have put a fucking bullet in Chauvin's head to prevent him from murdering that man. And Michelle Obama is a doctor of JD, has a JD degree as well, too, doctor of jurisprudence, you see, and they trying to still crumb bum on the Obamas because they saying that Obama wasn't a citizen and all this old type of stuff. But where I was disappointed in Mr. Obama when he was the president, when Michelle was the first lady, he did not issue any executive orders ordering the federal agencies, the FBI, to go put these guys in jail and bring them up on federal charges, get them convicted for first-degree murder, and have them face the death penalty. Look at little Tamir Rice. Okay, look what happened to sister just recently there in Illinois, Ms. Massey. They say these are state-sanctioned homicides, and I am saying murder in the first and second degrees. These cowards are hiding behind badges.
Okay, so Let's pause there for a minute. State sanctioned murders.
Homicide. Yes, ma'am.
Homicides.
Hmm.
Okay.
And then, if I may say, Sister Akshita, not cut wisdom, let me just say this here. And Sergeant Cheryl Dorsey, who is a retired sergeant of the Los Angeles Police Department. Yes, ma'am. I would love to debate with you. And she is the author of a book called Black and Blue. And she is the first black lieutenant on the LAPD. Black woman lieutenant. I stand corrected.
Okay. You said a
Okay.
lot. You said a lot now. You said a lot. I'm trying to get it together because I'm trying to be specific and direct in how I say what I'm saying in a way that kind of I'm hoping you can understand where I'm coming from. But what you're speaking on, we're all saying the same things. We all have an issue with the same things.
Mm-hmm.
It's like you're expecting something from people who call themselves black because you have become accustomed to that term
Mm-hmm.
and those actions of blackness.
Mm-hmm. In the era
And
that I
meaning,
grew up in, Sister Akshita.
huh?
And the era that I grew up in is because first we was calling ourselves Negroes. Okay, and then in the
But even that
1966,
was, but even that name was erroneous. And so it was like it went from one erroneous name to another, and this last name is being harbored because it was the name that was given in the time of that didn't consist of slavery.
okay, well, this
But
was
there was
during,
still but it was still written into laws to X you out or count you out if you used or went under that term.
okay, all right,
So to
now,
use it and to have to have the argument that you have, which is you have a valid argument on things. It's just when you tie it down to a specific thing, as in blackness, it cancels out everything. It cancels everything. It's like doing a math problem and
hmm
you cancel out and you zero balance your problem or situation where there's no solution to it. It doesn't make sense. It cannot be solved.
okay, now let me ask you this question, Sister Akshita. Okay, to the people off the continent of Alkebulan, to the descendants of the people of Alkebulan in Portugal. I'm sorry, not Portugal, the place that's due west of it, Brazil.
Brazil.
Okay, all righty. Then New Orleans, Louisiana, the great state of Alabama, where my ancestors slaved. Okay. South Carolina, all the South, all the wealth we had produced for the United States. And then you get these pink people who
You
tell
know
us that
there
we
was
don't.
free people. You know there was free melanated people even in the South.
Okay, well, I'm willing to bet to support your premise even more so, Sister Akshita. You heard of His Majesty Mansa Musa, who was the ruler of the Songhai Empire. Okay. And you also heard of the ancient city of Timbuktu, of where the University of Sankore is. Okay. So I'm willing to bet, sisters, and I would take this last $5 and go put it on this crap table if this was the bet, that we did circumnavigate the globe before these troglodytes came out of the caves of Europe. Okay. Also, too, Sister Aksheda, credit to the black woman. Okay, or the woman of African descent from Ethiopia and what have
It
you.
was
They gave
Zaku. It was Zaku. It was Zaku. The mad scientist with the big black head. He is the one that created that cockroach.
You sound like you're on a loudspeaker, brother Chet. and old Yakub, he did have a large dome, you know what I'm saying? So I guess he had a lot on his mind, no matter how warped his thoughts were. Okay, and well, we gave the world calculus, geometry, as Professor George G.M. James says in his Stolen Legacy. And then these homosexuals out of Greece, like Alexander the Barbarian, okay, who was an absolute savage. And when he was crossing the Sahara, he didn't have no women with him. He had little boys. He was a pedophile. Okay, but at least when Mansa Musa got orders from his generals, he would go to the palace and then he would tell his beautiful black wife, baby, pack it up, you coming with me. And she says, well, I'm the queen of Songhai, why do I have to go? Because we're at war, and I'd much rather die with you by my side in battle than allow for some of these stinking, nasty, unbathed savages to come in here and violate you. This isn't racism. I'm merely stating facts. Okay, I may not be saying it in a
No, you're not stating facts. You're not stating facts, brother Shabaka.
Okay, oh yeah. I can't hear you, oh yeah.
Y'all got major feedback. Both of y'all both echoing.
All right, brother Shabaka had the floor. He's not stating facts. I'm gonna state some facts. No, you have to mute. Please mute.
Okay, hold it.
So, fact. Since we all agree that we circumnavigated the earth, I'm going to tell you this again. When you start talking about the Greeks and Romans, you are talking about us. So when you get to Alexander,
initially, yes. I would say initially, y'all, yes. Y'all is actually right, Shabaka. Initially, yes. The Romans and Greeks were Africoid people.
And you say, hold up. You say they were Afroid?
Africoid.
Okay, so anything about Afro and Negro come from anthropologists during the 1800s and the 1920s, and they were racist. Anything about Negroes,
they have what would be commonly now known as African phenotypes. They look black, or what we would consider black.
Any of that phenotype, racial phenotype stuff comes from these anthropologists in the 1800s to the 1900s, and they are the original writers of the racism that we are all experiencing.
Yes, Blumenbach. It was Blumenbach and some others.
And we are all speaking in those terms developed from them, which started in law in the 1500s to 1900s.
Correct.
Okay, so when we speak this way, we are speaking outside of who we naturally are as divine beings, and we are speaking in racist terms from someone else. We are not speaking. See, there's no way Shabaka would say that they were song high. He turned to his black wife. What he would say is he turned to his beautiful song high wife. She is not black. She is song high. You would give credit to us for that. And this is
okay. So she would look like they would consider black. They called them Nagas. They called them the Champa. They called them the Gritos. Like the people in the Philippines that's darker than me. Hell yeah. I think I'm the darkest one.
It don't make them black. It does not make them black at all. Black is not dark and dark is not black. These are two different substances. Black kills light. Dark light shines through the dark.
Black absorbs light.
You can't see. You cannot see light.
They're
through
black. And the only way you can see them is through the light that they're absorbing.
You cannot see the color spectrum when it comes to the color black. It kills off. It kills off.
Black kills
off all. Now you're saying what we have.
Are you familiar with dark matter?
Okay, now wait, because that if you heard what I said, you would hear the difference in what I said. You would hear it. Black is a different thought and substance than dark, because light shines through dark. It doesn't shine through black, but it does shine through.
If light doesn't shine through black, then how do you explain black holes?
A black hole,
unless you see the light.
A black hole is a darker hole than the hole that you see through the light. The black hole is a darker hole. It's not black, because light can shine through.
Look at it. Okay, if it's not black, then the only way you can see it is if there's light being absorbed by it. So it has to be black. Otherwise, you won't be able to see it.
The stars before the black hole are the light. And then through the light, you see the black hole because the light isn't absorbed through there. But it's not a black hole. It is just dark. We call it black because that's how we perceive it. Right now, outside, it's dark outside. It's not black outside, but some would consider you're black as night.
Yeah,
so they would say to a person, but you would say to a person, you're as black as night, but night isn't black. Night is dark. There is a difference in the words that we are using and what they mean and how you associate them. Dark and black are two different substances.
Okay, so dark is not part of the prism. It's not part of the light spectrum.
Dark is the opposite of the light spectrum automatically, because light shines through dark. It doesn't shine
if
through
there's a
black.
spectrum for light, then is there a spectrum for dark?
There is a spectrum for dark, and through that, in order to get to that dark, you go through colors to get to the dark, to get back to the light. But dark as a substance, as of
Isn't black
itself,
one of those colors? Just like white is one of them colors. Just like blue is one of them colors. Just like red is one of them colors.
dark
Just like
and
brown
black.
is one of those colors. But
It
brown
is
is one
dark.
of those colors. They have stars that they call brown dwarfs. They're
Dark.
brown. They're not
Dark.
black. They're brown.
Dark brown is brown.
What are we talking about?
And black are two
There's that echo again.
Color scheme.
Yes, and dark and black are two different substances. Dark is what we see at night, and it gets penetrated by light. Anything dark can be penetrated by light, but black cannot be penetrated by light. If I put up a black curtain behind me right now, I cut off the light.
black ignores the whole light spectrum. That's where I was getting at. But Lady Shay has something to say.
All right, I got some more information here on Shanghai Empire. Okay, and what I'm going to say is,
right? Oh, okay.
okay, but another thing that I'm going to have to say on this, okay, and we discussed it on the Black Experience that had as well too. And just out Peter for the J, and I think y'all oh God, Kamala. Okay. All righty. What I tried to explain to stars one time, and either I was this poor ass move or this pain was killing was not a combination of that I wanted to have a conversation. They were talking about like when I was outside of stage, I think on Joe Gibson show. And he was saying is, well, you know, y'all had slavery in Africa as well too. And I tried to explain to this ignorant bastard, chose to be ignorant, is that what it was is that when our continent, our people had differences amongst themselves, rather than it was over trade, rather than it was over war, rather than it was over knowledge. The nation that lost was incorporated into the nation that won. A classic example of this is all the way down into the of the Zulu Empire. Okay. Now, our people gave the world the time to
Are you outside? You sound like really.
No, I'm inside. Man, it could be somebody throwing a monkey wrench in our work.
It might be your headset. It sounds like real distorted.
Okay, hold on. Let me change headsets.
Star Akshita is. Do you have this post up? Shades of Black, Black versus Dark?
Yes.
Okay. So we see what other people have to say about it. But go ahead, Star.
I'm just I just wanted to show that what you were saying in reference to the difference between darkness and black, and it was saying the same thing, that black is absolute darkness or absolute absence of color or absence of light, and darkness, light can penetrate darkness. As we know, when we walk into a room and it's dark in the room, we may paint that room as black to symbolize darkness, but black doesn't describe darkness. Darkness in itself has its own meaning, and light can penetrate that darkness. When you flip the switch on and the light comes on, it is no longer dark, but you can turn the light on where something is black, and with the light on, this is still black. Whether the light is on or off, this is still going to be black. I can shine a light through this, and it would not penetrate through this black object. But if this object was clear, this part right here, light would shine through it, but this black part, no light will penetrate through it. So
okay, I got a question.
I got one too.
Yes.
Mine's just
Okay, like
quick.
when they talk about the black hole in space, right? Where the
Shabaka,
gravity is so
just went over
powerful.
there.
Well, with the dark hole or the black hole, where the gravity is so powerful it could bend the linear line of light.
Yes.
Oh, okay. All right, I'm on the late freight. Okay.
What I was going to bring up was the shadow. How do you explain the shadow?
Well, how do you explain the unseen?
The paranormal.
You have
Operating
the
without
physical
our
plane.
Well, okay, so
permission.
a better question is, what color is the shadow?
The shadow has no color. It's only a figment of our perception of what it is that we are.
Okay, is it black or is
It's
it
we
something else?
because we are matter, and matter is dense, meaning matter has come together to create and form something solid. So because we have formed into matter something solid, then we can cast a shadow when the sun shines on, or when we're in light, we can cast a shadow because our matter is a solid figure in space.
Okay, but what color is the shadow?
Does it have a color?
Yes, black.
Is it really black though, or is it gray?
It depends.
Or is it or is it
I
off
mean, like you said,
black?
it's all based off of perceptions. When I look
I'm
at
just
my shadow, I
saying.
see black. I don't see gray.
Okay, but
I mean,
I'm looking at the shadow right now, and I'll say it's dark, but to say it's black is
Like
like,
I'm looking at my hand right now on the table under this lamp. It doesn't look gray. It looks black. The shadow that is casting.
okay. So what is your point? Is what I really want to know.
You keep saying that it's not black.
I
Well,
didn't
I'm
say,
saying that.
you brought up the whole conversation about the shadow, and
Yeah, because I
yeah,
brought it
I'm
up
saying,
because
yeah,
you
I
said that the
said
light that I was saying that black absorbs all light. Y'all are saying that black has nothing to do with the light spectrum.
well, how can darkness how well black absorbs light? Okay.
That's why I brought up the black hole.
you know what the shadow is? The shadow is a reflection of that mass. It's just a reflection, and it goes away at night or unless it hits light. And when the
This
dark
is a
comes
really
around,
bad
the shadow.
feedback. Y'all. It's real hard to hear you.
Okay, we getting a
Everybody, we
lot of
have to
feedback.
mute. We have to mute.
Hold on, I'm muting. Okay.
The shadow is a reflection of the mass. That's what you see. So with the shadow being a reflection of the mass, now you want to ask what color it is. Well, then it's a dark in appearance color. But notice if you have a shadow on the ground, the light doesn't make another shadow of that shadow. It's just your shadow. And you take the shadow with you when you walk out of the light. So it's just a reflection of the mass. And it's dark. But to say it's black, well, no light. You don't see any light shining through the shadow. You see the shadow in whole. So that would require tests now on the shadow with light going through shadows and people setting up prisms and stuff to shine a light to find out if the shadow actually has a color to answer that question.
Yeah, I'm familiar with the prisms. I remember from science class back in the day in school. So yeah, okay. So you're saying that black is not a color at all? Because I remember, crayons in the different colors that we used to color with.
I'm saying,
And black was one of those colors.
black is a color. Black is not darkness, but black is a color. Black is not darkness because light shines through darkness. Light does not shine through black. So they are two different substances that look the same. And the shadow would fall into that darkness, because when the light comes, the light's going to adjust it and push it around and make it go in different directions. And then when light cuts off this way, the shadow ain't there and all. So it's just a reflection of your mask, a dark reflection of your mask.
A dark, but not a black.
In order for me to say it was black, I would have to be able to set up tests with lights and try to shine lights through that. Now, light, like if we're standing on the sidewalk, right, and clearly we could see, like on either side of our shadow, we could see the brick. If you can get a light and see the brick, then your shadow is just dark. But if you can't get a light and see the brick, then it's black.
Okay.
There's no argument. It has a color in it. The shadow has a color and it's black.
All right, go ahead, Shabaka. What were you gonna say? Shabaka?
Yeah, I'm here. I was just pulling up. Okay, yeah, sorry about that. I was on mute. Okay, I was just pulling up some information on the Songhai Empire. Okay, and I got all these books right here. It looks like I'm going to have to go back to school again, you know, while we're in hiatus on Shabaka's Black Experience Enhanced, because my memory is not what it used to be. This is what happens when you get up in age, okay?
Shabaka,
but the fact of the matter is...
Shabaka.
Yeah, go ahead,
There's
brother.
No show typed up for the morning. Do you want me to type? Do you want me to type the show up? There's no show typed up for the morning, and we're supposed to be doing Grand Rises
yes, sir.
tomorrow morning.
Yes, sir. Yeah, please type it up.
And we got to get off of here because Sister Akshita got to go to work or whatever. She got to get up early, so we got to get to our closings. And thank Elia and Sister Akshita for allowing us to come on their platform tonight.
Oh, most definitely. Yeah, thank you, El. Thank you, Sister Akshita, for having us. And appreciate you all over the years of checking out Shabaka's Black Experience Enhanced. And one thing that I will say, if we disagree, please let us disagree agreeably. The only ones who I'm going to argue with and go back and forth with and tell them the truth about they stinking, funky asses is those blonde-haired, blue-eyed creatures. Okay? Because I've tried to have civil conversations with them. They would sit up there and call me a nigger, a spliff, this or that. You're just a black racist guy, blah, blah, blah. I'm talking about shit that I've lived through. Okay, I don't get up here on this motherfucker and just ramble and talk bullshit. You see
heard
what I'm
one
saying?
say a mud chucker today. I was like, damn, y'all still using that old ass terminology to describe us?
Yeah, they used to call us spear chuckers. Now, let me tell you something about a spear. If you work it properly, man, just like this NOI brother had showed me, man, off in ancient Kemet, man, you had schools for this. You see what I'm saying? And there's a way to work a piece of ironwood, you know what I'm saying, that will get your mind right. You see, when you have a failure to communicate. You see, because you have those who choose to be ignorant. You have those who cannot help but be ignorant. You have those all across the humanoid form. And as you know, Sister Akshita, we have had all other groups of people call upon our platform, Shabaka's Black Experience Enhanced, which was inspired by the 50th anniversary of the Black Panther Party. Okay. And we've had civil conversations. We have disagreed agreeably. But of course, Sisters Akshita and Brother Che, and I'm sure you know too, Brother Ya, when they get ignorant, when they get disrespectful, we have no problem of pushing the eject button. Period. You see what I'm saying? And then you all should hear the shit that I've been referred to on other platforms. But guess what? It comes with the territory. You know what I mean? Okay, I'm on my way out. Now, just off the law of biophysics, because I got about 12 medical appointments I got to go to, and I'll keep you all posted up on that. And then if they decide, you know, well, Shabaka, you ain't going to be with us too much longer, then we start making an arrangement who's going to take over the platform of Shabaka's Black Experience Enhanced. But what it is, you learn a lot. Okay, all that we ask is that we disagree agreeably. Okay, also too, but can somebody riddle me this? Why do these pale people have a certain scent about themselves? They have a certain scent about them.
It's the sulfur. They got melanin, but it's infused with sulfur. It's not carbon. It's not carbon. It's sulfur. That's why they smell like wet dogs.
Okay, wait a minute.
Now, I
thought we was doing our clothes. I thought we was doing our clothes. Then you being messy.
Okay. Well, that's part of the
trying
code.
to start some mess right at the end to kick up some more dust. And as soon as that dust kick, everybody gonna start fanning the dust away. And look, don't you start no mess, Shabaka.
Sister Akshita, I'm an old man now. Okay, I got okay, I'm fucked up. You see what I'm saying? And for me, the whole
y'all and Shabaka, y'all can't talk at the same time because it's like.
Okay, wait, I'm on mute. I want to hear what
y'all ever been around somebody who got chitlins coming out their pores, ham hock coming out their pores, pork chops? Okay, so we talk about how
I used to clean chitlins when I was a kid. I remember that. Yeah, and it was lingering in your pores, get all over your membrane. Because you're dealing with membrane, so of course it's gonna be it's gonna interact with yours. Yeah.
Okay, before he checks out on his unexpected appointment, the appointment that we all gonna have, if you want to get rid of Shabaka, fry some chitlins and I'll be long gone. And it's gonna take me about 5 to 6 days of flushing my system out with water to go. Oh, God. And then, but you got to keep in mind is that we were in bondage. Our people didn't know any better because, you know, the slave master, he'll give you them hog guts. You know, the X-Man talked about that. You see what I'm saying? It's filthy. It's nasty. It is disease. Now, the proper thing that is
we
good
somehow
for
made shit into a delicacy.
Well, sir, you see, this is why we created the hashtag resurrection of the mental dead. Okay, it's because the slave was kept brain dead. He was kept ignorant
we're the
of
only ones that
himself.
wasn't allowed to read and write. We had whole laws passed to keep us
And
from
the
reading and
reason
writing.
why they did not want the slave to read, because once the slave starts reading, he starts thinking. When he starts thinking, he starts realizing his position. And then what happens is when he realizes his position, then that warrior instinct that comes out in him. And guess what? You know what, man? You're not going to keep hitting me with this whip and putting these damn steel shackles on him. Thus the birth of Nat Turner. Thus the birth of Marcus Scott.
Okay, so right after slavery, right, there was so many people who look like us voted into the Senate and or the Congress of the United States. So all of that, we couldn't read, write, him and hawing and all of that. I'm not listening to all of that because our people. And then when you talk about what things were invented then, wasn't they invented?
I didn't say that we couldn't read or write. I said it was illegal for us to read and write. They passed whole laws to keep us from reading and writing. You could be lynched.
That's just something the South wrote, and now is a myth in our communities. Because it couldn't be illegal for all the stuff you want to talk about. We invented. If we invented it, you had to read and write before you could invent it. And then you had that brother who went and became a doctor. He didn't come from no dumb family. He came from readers.
Okay, which doctor was this, sir?
Family. The God's Hands on Me, the movie that they did. And he went around and he was the one who actually showed the doctors and them how to do the heart transplant and save the little kid, the first one and stuff. One I can't remember that, but all of this we didn't read was a myth. We wasn't allowed to read, and I mean all the way back to the days of the kings and queens. It's a myth. It's a lie. The people read when they.
There's a myth and a lie that there was no laws passed to read and write. Last time I think there was a thing called the Black Code. That was when Black Code.
We studied the actual. I'm gonna say this again. When we study the Black Codes and everything else, we better remember some of our ancestors were those white people. That's the part we keep leaving out. We keep thinking of white people with white skin. Listen, we went into my family records, and I'm telling y'all again, I know who my family is all the way back into the 1800s and 1700s. And when we found the census records, they had white on them.
Okay,
and they were us. They were us, and they had white on the census records, and it was us who looked me.
Okay, sir. Did they regard you as family or property? That is the $1 million question. I mean, look at the rape and slave trade.
My own particular family. None of the family, not even on my mother's side they can, but it's only one person who was my grandfather. The rest of the family cannot talk about. The rest of the family cannot talk about slavery on this land. The only thing that they can talk about
at the same time.
Okay, hold on.
He asked me a question, and I'm trying to show him that number one on the census, it says there my people were white. It does not say they were black or African American. It says they were white. Number two, we can't talk about slavery like that.
What census are you talking about?
The census from the 1800s.
So the 1870 census?
Earlier than that. My cousins got records earlier than that show our family. And it shows that they wrote down that they were white. Say that again.
From the state or the whole country?
From the state, from the country. Remember, by 1850, it was a country. So anything from 1820 would really start making this confederacies and stuff and have documents to them that go all the way back. And so we got documents that go all the way back to that. And we got the first.
So which part of the country?
Kentucky.
Okay, so that's the South.
Yeah. And they're white. My family is written down as white.
Were they plantation owners, or were they? What kind of work were they doing?
Now, I'll have to ask my cousin to go back through for that question that you asked. We didn't look it up. Once we seen white, I didn't need to know plantation owner. Our people wrote themselves down as white people. All of our peoples did.
They wrote themselves as white, or they did it for another reason.
Because white is a status, it's not skin color.
Okay, so they did it for another reason. Because a lot of people were claiming white just so they could get the benefits of being white. They didn't necessarily look white, but they passed, or they were told that if they claimed white, they could get the benefits of being such. That's why there was a mass immigration of illegal immigrants from Europe over to the part of the world, because they were told that they could give free labor and free land.
But wait, because we all saw the movie The Godfather, and we saw them. We saw them name him when he came in. So when they came in, they named them, but the names they gave them were our family names. And this is why they went to where they went, to go take over our lands and stuff under our family names. These names belong to us before they belong to them.
So you're talking about our slave names.
Well, we
belong to
consider
us.
slave names actually belong to us.
Okay.
We were the French. We were the
So
Germans.
my slave name Harris actually belongs to me,
That's
not
I
the
mean, I
plantation owner that owned my family.
keep telling you that they stole your name. You didn't. They took your name because your name came with property. Where?
Okay.
If your name is
Here.
your last name is Paris.
And what is now, well, back then was Turtle Island, Alma Rock.
But wait. Your last name is Paris.
Yes.
Your family might be French.
No. Some of them came from Barbados. That side of my family I know little about. And then I was told that I had a cousin, that they had a cousin that was in New York. So I am FBA, what we consider FBA, Foundation of Black Americans in American South Slavery, on both sides of my family. But that particular side, my mom's side, on my grandfather's side, my grandfather passed last year, they're black Cuban. And they would stress that they were black Cuban, like not white Cuban, not Cuban, black Cuban. And that was one side of my family. On my dad's side, but I've been able to gather their FBA as well, Foundation of Black Americans, American South Slavery Free. So our people have been here for quite a long time. Shout out to Dr. Van Sartema, Ivan Van Sartema, and other such scholars like Renoko Rashidi that were able to prove that through the field of anthropology, cultural anthropology. I actually have a cultural anthropology book in there somewhere, but yeah. We've been here a lot longer than what they're telling us. So when the boards talk about, our identities have been changed, I've been talking about the years, it's like every 20, 30 years, our classification as a people changes. And somehow we're still 13% of the population. But there was more people that looked like us from the very beginning. And they try to make it seem like they slaughtered us all. But no, we're still here. We've just been reclassified the inappropriate term or status. So it's starting to make sense. I'm just as a Black Panther cub and as a Garveyite, I just cannot relinquish my embrace of black. Even though in the law it means whatever it means. My upbringing and everything like that, and singing "Say It Loud, I'm Black and I'm Proud" when I was 5 years old. My grandmother was a Black Panther, and it's still growing on me. I'll put it like that.
Power to
Say it loud, I'm black and I'm proud.
Shabaka, you gotta go on mute though, because I can't get like staticky. And it's almost midnight where I'm at, so probably wrap this up. But I appreciate y'all having us on. We're definitely going to do this again, and I look forward to you and Sisters, Lady Che's show. I think she wants to say bye. Hold on. Let me put her on.
Well, I wanted to talk about something completely different, but we'll just go ahead and say bye for right now. I love you guys, and we'll talk soon, okay? I wanted to talk about the light skin thing, but I'll just talk to y'all about that another time when I see you guys. Everybody get some rest, and obviously, thank you for having us on.
Thank you for coming on.
Okay, Shabaka, they got to wrap it up, so give your closing.
We all still here?
Appreciate y'all.
Yeah, we all still here, Shabaka. Can
Yeah,
you
we're still here,
believe
Shabaka.
it?
Oh, okay. Now, what I was saying is that
He
I
finna
want
start
to
some
answer
mess.
Shabaka
Shabaka finna start some mess, and we can't let him.
No,
Look,
we can't
I'm
allow
over
it.
here
no,
falling
I'm just going
asleep.
to tell you how it really is.
So it was
Okay.
either
Now,
indigenous, Aboriginal, Moor,
you talking about we the
whatever
people, right?
tribe we belong to.
Chase trying to start some mess now.
Okay.
See, actually, that was
but what?
called before the term FBA, African American. Black,
Yeah, answer that.
Black
and
American,
Negroes.
Negro, Afro American. That
I mean,
African
but you talk
American.
about it like it's such a proud
Yeah, because it's a lineage.
thing.
Yes, it's a
Okay,
lineage.
Okay,
it's a
It's a
okay.
lineage,
If I
but
lineage.
may
then that
say,
lineage has been a lineage that has been changed
Yes,
and over
that's why
time
we
and
are our
changed
own.
and
We're our
okay,
own distinct
but
ethnic group.
okay,
okay,
but let me say this right here.
okay.
Okay, do
I
let me
can
say this
respect
right
that.
here. Okay, as a child in the 1960s, during the Black Empowerment era, when John Carlos and Tommy Smith raised their fists at
Yep,
the
I just posted that
1968
too.
Olympics, okay, Mr. Carlos has stated, because I saw a post by him about a week ago, and he's way older than me, and he had stated that if he had to do it all over again, he would do it because you had to been
Yeah, he
around
said
it in
he lost all his friends,
his
his
wife,
marriage.
everything, all that, all
And he
that,
said
all
if he could
that.
do it, if he had to do it again, he would do it again.
And if I ever get to San Jose, California, to San Jose State University, I believe where he still hangs out, I would like to meet the brother and I would like to do a show with him. But all that I ask, family, is that if we disagree, please let us disagree agreeably. Now, okay, Elia said something similar to Sarge, is that he said that these white family members of his, sir, the question to you, did they look at you as family or did they look at you as property during a time of slavery? Because you could best believe if I ever came across one of them sons of bitches down there in Alabama that own my family, I'm not going to be smiling and grinning. I'm going to say, motherfucker, pay me. You see this hat right here that says
I
reparations
knew it
now?
was a setup.
Happy fade in the water days, Shabaka.
Ask the
Huh?
question. And listen to what I said again, Shabaka. We
Yeah.
got documents on our family members who are as dark and darker than us, and their
Okay.
papers say they're white.
Oh, okay.
Their
See, that's some
documents,
fuckery right there, brother. I'm
their
sorry, man.
documents
That's
say
some
they white.
fuckery right there.
So
I believe
yes,
that is
I do
what
love
I
them.
believe that
I
is
do
some
love
bullshit
them,
that
and
you
they
don't
were
go inside
living.
their fucking head.
Well, hey, listen.
They say white or they say Caucasian.
No,
It says white.
All y'all saying is saying that the
So
family that you saying that it was white.
WHITE, not Caucasian.
WHITE, not Caucasian. White has nothing to do with skin.
Okay, now let me
Black
ask you
has
this.
nothing to do with skin.
Okay, now let me
Black
ask you this question.
Has nothing to do with skin.
Okay, sir. My
Remember
question
when
is,
Raven Simone said that she was dark Caucasian?
who, Raven Simone?
Yeah.
That busy, brain dead bimbo who's going to get up there and say that she's from every continent in Africa? Oh,
She said she
hell
was
no, man.
she said she was
Yeah,
dark
man.
Caucasian.
I know who you talking about. Yeah, she used to be on the Cosby Show. And with her bird brain ass, I'm from every continent in Africa. No, dumbass, Africa is a continent. Or El Kibelan. It is a continent. And you know what? I'm not going to say Africa no more. I'm not going to say El Kibelan no more. You know what I'm going to say? I'm going to say that
But you
landmass
still
that
saying
is
black.
due south. Okay, hold on, Sister Akshita. I'm going to get to you in a minute now. Okay. I'm going to say that continent that
Lady
is
Tay
south
is
of
like
Europe.
rapping to me, y'all, in the
Okay.
background.
Okay. I'm going to say that continent that's south of that nasty, stinking, filthy place called Europe where the people do not know how to wash their ass. That is also to due
Until they
east of
came in
Brazil.
contact with who? Who did they come in contact with?
Hey, ask them how I can get them on my show.
Oh,
Huh?
Lady Tay wants to know if y'all want to come on the RBA. I guess she's gonna
When?
do the RBA sometime in the next hour or so.
Oh, Lady Che, I might can get in there with you
No,
for
Sister
30
Sheeta's going to
minutes.
sleep.
I'm going to sleep.
Okay. Yeah,
I'm
you
trying to
look like
close
you're on the
out
rope right
now.
there,
Y'all trying
Akshita.
Yeah,
to
she
Okay,
said
keep
maybe
something
tomorrow.
up.
but I'm talking about, I'm going to just call it that
Yeah,
southern
let's
continent
knock
of
it out.
Europe.
Shabaka, we gotta wrap it
I
up.
won't.
Oh, yeah, we do. Okay. So that's what I'm gonna say. I'm gonna say that kind of south of Europe, okay, where the women are exquisitely beautiful, and then you go get bimbos, 6 o'clock shake bimbos that
God
go to
damn
a
it.
place called Frederick
Michael, we're not
Hollywood,
talking
in
about Taylor
Hollywood,
Swift.
on Hollywood, trying to get butt lift, collagen election
Damn it,
in
Shabaka.
their lips and all that.
Oh
Oh yeah,
my
it's fucked up.
God.
Hollywood
Not
is a
Frederick
circus.
Hollywood. We're not
Okay,
talking about
now,
Frederick Hollywood, Shabaka.
y'all
God
said,
damn it. Shabaka, so you
oh,
said that they
Hollywood
were
is
some
weird.
nasty, funky,
Yeah,
dirty mugs, right? And I was trying to get to the point where the Moors came in
sir,
contact with
sir,
them
sir.
and
Let me
civilized
ask you
those
this question.
savages and those barbarians
Venereal disease come from?
for 800 years
Mm-hmm.
when they was calling it the Dark Ages in the medieval
It
period.
comes
And I
from
used to be like,
food.
why do they
Yeah,
call it the Dark
from
Ages? And they're like,
food.
well, there's so much disease and famine that was going
See,
on in
I think the
Europe,
reason why they
but
call
they
it the
leave
Dark
out the
Ages,
fact that
brother
the
Jay.
Moors had controlled Europe for 800 years and civilized all of those savages.
Okay, all right, but see, but those savages had the bubonic plague that came from rats. Okay, it's because them European monarchies they would have rats all
They used to
through
live in
their
barns.
castles. When you
They
look at a
wasn't in a,
castle
no,
and it had
Sabaka. Sabaka.
the
They
moat
were
is what
not
they
in
had used
castles
as the
until
sewer
they
system.
came in contact with the Moors. They got that architecture from the Moors.
Okay, look, y'all.
What?
They was in barns before that with no windows.
Y'all,
Could you
y'all
imagine the smell?
are very comical. Um, and it's nice to be able to laugh and enjoy the conversation because nonetheless, every time we meet here, there's always growth and development. There's always a deeper understanding of what we're dealing with and what we are doing at the same time, and vice versa. You know what I'm saying? Because y'all come over here and y'all participate with us and communicate with us, even though we share different views. Um, but our passion is I, you know, together. We're very highly passionate
Yeah,
about
we're
what
very
it
high,
is.
bright, vibrating. We
Yes,
vibrate
about
very high.
on what it is that
Okay,
we
that's from
are
the ancestors.
speaking on. So the thing is that change only comes with practice, and anything we're practicing we should be getting better at, and
I was
marking and these
born by the river in a little
and
tent.
these and these times.
Okay, okay, we closing out, and these are my last words.
Okay,
When I was
all
a
right.
child, I thought as a child, I act as a child. Now I'm a man. I'm a think as a man and do what men do. So with that, peace and love. Cy Star, you want to put the music on? Cy Star Shay, thank you. Thank you so much, Cy Star Shay. Thank you for everything. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, Cy Star Shay. It is an honor. Thank you. Thank you very much. All right. Peace and love. Till next week.
Welcome to a new wave of thinking. Until next week.
And definitely check us out on our
Of the Empire of Nubia.
Baka's Black Experience Enhanced. I'll send you all the link.
Get ready to open your mind, sit back and unwind to take in the discussion. Thank you for coming on, Shabaka. Thanks to you for the
Hey, it's
chase.
always a pleasure.
Coming on. Mhm.
Yes, thank you all.
The masses is suffering with temporary mental illness of cognitive dissonance. Open up your mind. We are speaking from experience. It's various perceptions while we maintain effective communication in the lines of respect. Of thinking. Our thoughts become connected through human cognition, which is the process of acquiring new information and understanding based on personal experience and relatable topics of discussion. We are the currency of the know, knowledge, wisdom through love, bringing peace, justice, and truth as we gain freedom, freedom in the mind. Open up your mind. Freedom of the mind. It's divine. To be one in unity, togetherness, you and me, we become we, and we are the change that we want to see. It is our time now, so come and get ready as we bring a new wave of thinking. It's a new wave of thinking. New wave of thinking.
Happy Holy Day.
Oh, I need to go. Happy holiday. We are out of here.
Have a good one, Side Star. Talk to you later.
You too. Thank you.